Save us now, our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes.
sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We So when we rise, we run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire.
heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. It's me, Valdez, with Wolf, and we are going to bring you guys KT Rolster up against Brion for our first match of the night. This one could get interesting. KT, I think, falling down a little bit from our expectations, and Brion, you never know what they're going to bring.
You really don't, and both of these teams have a very opposite playstyle of each other. KT, early tempo based. We're going to try to win the game early. We're trying to get an advantage before the 20-minute mark. Brion, we're all about after the 20-minute mark, after the 25-minute mark, sometimes after the 35-minute mark. So when these two teams collide, it is going to certainly be very interesting. I think this one definitely could go all 3 games. We'll see some draft adaptation. So I think this one of the 2 matches tonight will be the more fun one. Later on, we do have T1 against Honor Life Esports with some substitutions, and we'll talk about that after the half.
Yeah, definitely a pretty interesting second match in terms of the circumstances. But yeah, this first one should be pretty even, I would say, especially because KT, I think, have fallen down a couple of rungs in their last couple of games. But we'll have to see what they show up with today, as we are going to take a look at the points of the match. Golden opportunity to end the losing streak. 3-loss streak KT versus 4-loss streak Bro.
Yeah, so these two teams with a great start to the season. Remember, Brion was taking games off top teams. Even in their losses, everyone was like, wow, this team was way better than last year. And KT Rolster had some upsets, right? Taking out Genji, for example. And yet, they have fallen back down to the bottom side of the bracket here because they haven't been able to adapt or change their play. So I think that's something that we could say about both of these teams. We are seeing some adaptations from Brion recently, but we're not there yet. And you know, this win is so important for both of these teams because it could be the difference between making playoffs or not. As 20 solo kills here for Rascal. The number just keeps going up.
He looks so scary even in the picture, right? Like Morgan looks happy, go lucky, he's ready to play the game. He's just happy when he gets a chance to start. And Rascal is just a cold-blooded killer. I mean, that is almost 2 solo kills per match, which is basically unheard of. And it seemingly nobody can avoid it. I mean, everybody who goes up against him, regardless, you know, I don't have the stats in front of me, but it feels like literally every single top laner has gotten solo killed by Rascal at some point.
Yeah, he has. We saw this stat a few weeks ago. He has both the top solo kills, but also top solo kills in specific to top versus top. As Corki pick / ban here, Arya has never played Corki versus 4 of the 5 POGs for Lava were with the Corki, as this is something I think we'll get through this draft at least once because KT will think they can actually outgun it in the early game and they'll try to out-tempo it. I think that 100% happens. Like, that is my not bold at all prediction, as we will see an early game KT comp versus the Lava Corki, and we'll see if KT can get that lead. That is an expectation we will see. Let the writers kind of agree with my sentiment here because these two teams couldn't be more predictable if they tried.
Yeah, no, it's a great point, and, you know, great chance we see Arya just hop on to Ahri or LeBlanc, right? Like, he's going to play one of those champions at some point in the series. As we're taking a look at some of the team stats, it seems like KT Rolster, if they can get a lead, they're generally pretty good at closing out the game, at least.
Yeah, that is true. And KT have played to their early game advantages in most of their best of 3s. And the opposite is true for Brion, but you can see Brion doesn't usually fall off after 20, or when we're at the gold lead at 20. When we're at the gold lead at 30, drops pretty significantly because that's just where we go, right? We go to those elder late game fights, which are often called flips because they have, frankly, often been that way, where neither team has control. So the volatility goes up big time for Brion. For KT Rolster, you know, actually more games I thought. After 30 minutes, they win. It's based on how they've played so far.
Yeah, they definitely like to get ahead early and try to snowball that win that early game win into a victory. As you can see, everybody here on the side of KT is once again here once again. Nobody's getting sick. They're all healthy here on this roster, and that is definitely good to see.
KT Rolster, a team that really did spend a lot of resources, a lot of money, frankly, to build this roster this year. They wanted to really wash away the 2021 reputation, which was not so good, of being kind of a budget roster. They built this team up. They acquired Rascal, right? And, you know, they brought in Cuz, who in his own right is a top-tier jungler player. Then you've got Aiming, Life coming in that bottom duo. And Aria, I think more of a last-minute addition, but they got a strong roster on paper. They found their drafting style, but it hasn't led to dominance as you'd expect. Is Fredit Brion, it's always the question, who is it? Is it Sword? Is it Morgan? The answer today in Game 1 is Morgan. We'll see if that stays the case through all 3 games.
Yeah. You know, if Fredit Brion win Game 1, do we just see Sword in for Game 2 anyway? We've seen a lot of losing Game 1 from Fredit Brion and then swapping generally from Sword to Morgan. But yeah, Morgan starting today, definitely a little bit of a mix-up. Maybe trying to get some wind into their sails after their recent loss streak and try to mix things up here.
It's been so weird, too, for Fredit Brion. The way they lose best of 3s so far in this loss streak is they lose the first game, they win the second game, but they're not able to close out the series. Like, they cannot make the reverse sweep happen. They have so many loss-win-losses in best of 3s. They're very rarely 0-2s. They go to those third games, but they can't close it out. And whether it's the substitution or not here for Fredit Brion, it has been very difficult to actually make it through those long series because their games are long, as we've talked about. As this is the top matchup that everybody zoomed in on. Rascal, best solo killer in the league right now. A lot of people are saying he might be the best top laner. It's a little bit up for debate at the moment, you know, with Zeus looking very strong, Doran, of course. But Morgan, on the other side, his stats aren't as easy to look at because it's broken down between him and Sword. He doesn't play every game. But Rascal, in most of these metrics, does have the better laning stats, and that's what we're really focused on here. CS difference at 15, gold difference at 15. Morgan has not looked as standout.
Yeah, even in terms of the damage as well, just not really able to output that damage. He's played a bunch of games of Renekton, generally not a huge damage dealer. You know, some of the stats as well, you just got to look at the champions that they do play. But Rascal, in terms of looking at champions, he gets solo kills on pretty much anything as well. So he can get it against anybody, with anything. We've seen some crazy solo kills just in general, even with like Gragas. You know, it doesn't matter if he's playing a tank or what he is playing, he will get it done.
Notice both of them had negative jungle proximity differences, meaning that both teams actually spend less time on the top side. And I think across the board, on average, that stat is much lower this season than usual because the focus has been bottom side. But both of these junglers are often left, or rather, both of these top laners are left by their junglers on an island. And that is worrisome for Morgan. Yeah.
Buridong fighting.
It's the first time I've seen the Buridong, but...
Yeah. There was also a sign that had a Renekton that was calling Rascal his dad. So generally some good signs out there.
That one said that it causes the jungle president. We'll see if he makes it to the primaries, actually. I'm not certain about that one right now.
There's a lot of competition here. There's actually 10 candidates, actually more than 10 candidates if you include subs. Because
right now, Cuz is kind of competing with some of the other early-based tempo junglers who are pulling out the Rek'Sai sometimes. Rek'Sai is definitely on his platform.
Like Owner?
Yeah. Because he's got Rek'Sai on his platform, he's got Volibear on his platform, but Owner's like, well, I can play the Viego early. I can also play everything early. I can play the Nidalee, watch out. But jokes aside, because I feel like he's been heavily criticized by KT fans and just LCK fans in general, but I think it's a product of their drafting style that makes him look so hit or miss, because if he has to be getting those picks nonstop and his opponents predict what he's going to do, and he can't do anything, of course you're not going to have agency if your draft is so face up. What I want tonight from KT is to try to match Fredit Brion in the late game, play a scaling composition. Just do it, okay? Put Ariana Victor just one time, just try it. See how it goes. Play him on the late game. Play against Fredit Brion and make the better macro decisions. I know KT is capable of it, even if they don't like to show it to us. That's what I personally want. Just one time. Just once.
One time. Well, they've got potentially 3 opportunities here in this series. KT on blue side. They're going to ban away the Karma. We saw yesterday actually some trouble that teams were getting into by banning away, I believe it was Kwangdong Freaks. They would ban away Karma and the Caitlyn on blue side and kind of be left with nothing in terms of banning anything else.
Yeah, it was a big problem for them, leaving open a lot of the top tier S picks for the red side to counter pick, because we will have the Rise Twisted Fate handshake here. Xin Zhao will be the follow-up, and it is a very good call here, considering it's the most played for Umpty. It's also Cuz's best win rate here in the LCK this season. And it's a pretty easy pick with like basically anything. You don't have to show your draft with this one.
Yeah, and with the Caitlyn and Zeri banned away, I think that Jinx has been rising in priority because it does very well into everything else that's left available. And also, it's just a good pick in general, right? She's just pretty high tier at the moment.
Yep, Lee Sin will come through, another high tier jungle pick. The Aphelios that Aiming just took his first loss on last week is open, but they're going to pivot away from it with the Jinx on the other side. I really appreciate. And what is this? I see a scaling comp for KT and Ezreal. Whoa. A late game win condition. It's not the set. It's not the Kalista. That's what I like to see. We'll, of course, get the Yuumi with this, and Morgan will lock up the Gwen. Already, though, very big changes here from KT's MO.
It's pretty cool to see. And, you know, the Gwen priority here in the LCK has been pretty huge. We haven't always agreed with it, but you can blind it in some scenarios if you're able to ban away certain picks. Now, the one thing that's left available it's sticking out to us like a gigantic elephant in the room, right? Like, Jace is left available, but you're blind picking Gwen, you're going to get yourself into trouble. Again, Rascal has a pretty nice champion, Ocean. Yeah. I'm sure he would be happy to to jump onto that. Maybe, you know, that in his own time. But, you know, it's gonna give him a lot of poke in the composition alongside the Ezreal.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is he hasn't played it a lot, right? He played it his first time, I believe it was actually last week. That was the first game he actually played of the Jace. And so perhaps the feel here for ㅣ2022 is that he's a very strong solo laner, very strong top laner, but doesn't like to play the Jace, and so maybe they won't play it in this composition is the idea here. But I think 100% he will, because it gives KT the ability to rock that top side, put the focus for the Xin Zhao on the bottom side, make sure this Ezreal scales up later on, as Lava will get the Ahri. But once again, they turn away from it, and they look for the Graves here. Stronger front line with this. The Silas into the Ahri is something I've been asking for a lot, but it just hasn't happened yet. The Gragas I don't like as much because I don't think you really need engage per se with this comp. You just need a bigger front line. You're going to be poking and chipping away with the Ezreal, and your engage is Ezreal hitting 7 Qs, and then the enemy has to come at you. Look at this. It's the scaling comp. I got the Hullbreaker Graves. We got the Azir mid lane. It wasn't the Victor I was calling for, but it's got a similar style of scaling later on in the game. Got the Ezreal here. Wow, KT Rolster, it's a new day. It's a new dawn. Now, is their composition the stronger one in the late game? I would argue yes, but ㅅ2022 have really good side laning. Gwen can win out in the later parts of this matchup if she gets a lead. Ahri going to have so much pick potential here, but against the mobility that this Ezreal is going to have with the Yuumi here as well, it's going to be hard to get those squishy targets. You might have to charm the Xin Zhao and then front to back with that first pick.
She came to see Rascal's 21st solo kill.
Might happen. I'd say there's a pretty good chance. Yeah. You know, with potentially 3 games here, I'd say the odds are pretty good.
They are extremely high, I would say. Graves, not necessarily a huge solo killer, loves to farm, loves to get fed, and just be unmovable, essentially. Immovable. But we'll see. I mean, it is Rascal at the end of the day. We don't get the Jace we were looking for, but Graves does offer a little bit more tankiness, you know, a bit more stability, perhaps. And
the Jace in the early game wins you the lane and gives you a lot of control, but can start to fall off and can make you very vulnerable, especially with an Ahri on the enemy team. You're a very squishy champion, and if you do get caught by a charm, it's going to be lights out, especially with the follow-up engage they have with Lee Sin and the Nautilus here. My fear for the side of KT is if they engage too aggressively with Xin Zhao, get that Jinx excited, this comp does front to back very well on the side of ㅅ2022 if they get that good engage.
Absolutely. Well, guys, looks like we're ready to jump onto the Rift for game number 1. We got KT Rolster up against ㅅ2022. As it looks like we are now ready to hop onto the Rift. Ignite Ezreal coming through here.
Interesting call, but the heal going on the Yuumi will be much more useful, you know, map wide, an extra speed boost, a little bit of extra healing. She's going to have so much on the Xin Zhao, who will be trying to terrorize the Rift through the mid game. I actually think this is a pretty cool swap. It will make aiming a little bit more vulnerable around the mid game when he's trying to farm mid, but I don't think it'll matter too much as long as he doesn't position wrongly.
Yeah, it's, you know, they easily could have just allowed aiming to take heal, and then you get Ignite Exhaust on the Yuumi. I think that's a little bit more standard, but as you're mentioning, you know, individually, I suppose he can look for more opportunities himself. Although in this game, there's going to be a lot of time where Yuumi is going to be sticking around the Ezreal, outside of course, when she is on top of Xin Zhao.
Yeah. Can give you a little bit of extra speed boost to your teammate before you attach and run the Xin Zhao into somewhere. I think it's because of how much mobility she has and where she's going to be constantly kind of around the map everywhere. I like that choice because the Ignite is more for, okay, I can help you finish off a target, might secure a kill, but she might also steal a kill that way. I think the heal is a pretty cool little move here to put on the Yuumi instead. Sometimes you'll see this in like solo queue games as well, where the AD carry wants to have the ability to make sure the Ignite shutdown gold goes to him. Selfishly, not because of great strategy, but this is actually happening in a pro game now.
Ooh! Okay, nice hook. Delight with the commit there. Of course, you got to be careful about trading early. You're going to have better sustain here with the Yuumi. This isn't going to be a lane where Ezreal and Yuumi get ahead and they hit level 2 first or anything like that, but generally, your engages can be out-sustained by the Yuumi's healing.
Yep. Speaking of, aiming already back up to full here. Then the Yuumi, it becomes very difficult to punish too when she's detached. She can also harass, get some of those filthy edge stacks in. Then you can't kill her because she just attaches back in, and then you end up losing out. And you can't even trade because she's attached and untargetable. In the mid lane here, we once again see Lava pushing in the Azir early. Something that we talked about the last time these two matched up is the expectation for me was that Azir would end up winning early, but actually now twice in a row, Ahri is getting the lane pushed. The threat of the charm making it a little bit more difficult to lane.
Yeah, I love Cuz's response to that. With Lava gone from the mid lane, that's effectively communicated, and he just ignores the Raptors. He's like, sure, you can take those. Not the biggest deal in the world, I just got to stay safe. But Lava actually used that time to go for a back, and he got a Doran's Ring and a control ward. So it's actually going to be a really nice recall timing for him. Doesn't lose any of the XP.
Jinx on a 7-game winning streak here is what this stat is showing, and the players attached to it. You know, you see mostly our top 3, top 4 teams, but Ice also makes his way in here. It's really interesting how well she's doing these days. The Aphelios is falling off quite a bit, and I think that's part of why we're seeing, instead of aiming's 5-1 Aphelios here, the Ezreal. That he's 1-1 on currently. It's not his first time this season, but Ezreal is not very popular, generally speaking, here in the LCK right now, and it's not really a pick you see KT Rolster like to play around, because it doesn't give you early game control. But that's not what this draft is about, which is, you know, clap, clap. We got some depth here. We got some, you know, variety, some versatility shown here from KT Rolster.
Yeah, it's good to see. I think it's a good matchup to practice it, too, because you know that you're not going to get punished for it. If you go into a draft against Brion, they're not going to pick, like, you know, super aggressive stuff. They're not going to pick Renekton Nidalee. They might pick Renekton, but probably not.
They're not going to Varus you in the lane. Yeah. They're not going to be like, oh, I gotcha. Lethality Varus.
They're just not going to attack you, even, you know, outside of the draft, but in play style as well, right? So for KT Rolster, if they're trying something new and they're trying to widen their strategical output,
this is the matchup.
This is the matchup. And that does mean that maybe we'll sit here for a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I was joking about Henna not playing the Varus. That's actually untrue. He's actually played more games of Varus than anybody, but Brion, generally not a very aggressive team in this meta, usually playing around scaling mid laners for Lava. The Corki, the one that stands out the most, but we've seen the Veigar several times too. Just want to play for the late game, play for those late game objectives. And that was what Brion was like in 2021 as well in their debut in the LCK, but it's usually about getting a small lead and then holding on to it, like having an 800 gold lead for 40 minutes. This series, or rather this season, they have been a little bit slower now. They will get this first Drake with a prio they have in mid, a nice charm.
Ooh. I mean, if he had Ignite, he was going in on that one, but he has Teleport instead. But it's fine, because even if you don't get the kill, you're going to get a lot of lane pressure here. Arya has to back. He doesn't have Teleport. Umpty and Delight can wait here because they have total control over the jungle right now. Brion not generally an aggressive team, but they're positioning aggressively with what they've got right now, the little lead that they have so far.
Yeah, it's really nice, and Lava getting an early plate. going to clear this wave. And when Ari gets a early gold lead of any kind, it makes it so much easier for her to start the side lane, because she is going to be part of a 1-3-1 here for Fred Brion. Even took dematerializers, which he's pushed through very quickly.
Uh-oh. The ult is already used here by Lava. They're getting in on this one as the Tarm is going to be dodged, though, but Umpty's able to hit it, and he will get first blood onto the Ezreal. Fred Brion turning up the heat here as Lava's going to help pick up a kill. Delight actually gets that with his Ignite, as now it's Cuz alone against 4. And that is a 3-0 lead for Fred Brion in 6.5 minutes.
I mean, we said there was not going to be a team that's going to punish the early game here for KT, but in this particular game, they absolutely have. You know, getting that early push in mid, nearly solo killing Arya, going to the bottom side of the map here, collapsing with the prio they had, taking a Drake take into a dive onto a very vulnerable Ezreal Yuumi. At this stage of the game, they're ultless, right? The Yuumi's going to have so much peel when she does have her level 6 to be able to actually fight under turret. And Cuz is here, but still, they actually cannot pull this off, as aiming flashes early, the charm doesn't connect, but Umpty with a sick Q here. And with this lockdown that they have with the Nautilus, who's #1 priority support right now here in the LCK, even higher than Yuumi, it's just really hard to get out. And Cuz is like, oh, I was hoping you guys were actually going to trade this back. I was hoping I could hold on to this turret. Doesn't have minions here, and does get dove himself. So 3 kills to Fred Brion, 3 assists to the Ahri in the mid lane. And Lee Sin having a massive lead for Umpty means that he now becomes a terror on the Rift. And KT are probably just going to have to sit back and farm for a little while in this game now.
Yeah, I love how Jonah Strong probably, you know, led also by the Korean casters talking about this, but they are, you know, this is how you enable yourself to make plays like that, right? You push in with jungle and support. It's part of the reason why Nautilus is so great. You can look for picks even in the jungle, but you get a bunch of wards down. You get vision, anti-vision with the control wards, and that allows you to go for a dive like this. So it's not even like KT did anything too wrong, I would say. I just think that Fred Brion made a great play.
Yeah, and Cuz was there. He just wasn't there in time, and he wasn't there under turret, right? He was there potentially to turn that fight if it did happen. But they just didn't have any vision because of the 2 control wards you mentioned that were panned over that you could see in the blue side jungle there around red buff. And because Fred Brion got so much control, so much gold, the wave is pushed in bot. Lava still has control of his lane. And unfortunately for Rascal here, he doesn't have any power here. This lane has been pretty even, and Gwen is starting to actually become somewhat of a threat. She got her steel cap, so he doesn't have prio. And so now you've got both objectives on lock, and now Delight!
Arya, he's got his flash, but he cannot even use it. He's going to get that nice divide coming in as the rocket sails by. Getting really lucky that he missed that one.
Doesn't even flash.
Wow.
Very casual escape here from Ari, who was watching Chovy yesterday. He's trying to outdo him. But still, you know, a lot of pressure. You could see the pressure mounting up in this lane. Though the key part of this is Arya actually has survived, right? It's always weird when it's Arya versus Ari, but that's how it is. He has survived and laned very well. Speaking of laning, Rascal will get out of here. And so even though he lost control of his wave, the roams we've seen from Lava bottom side has meant that he's actually maintained even CS and even taken a very slight lead temporarily here. And in terms of scaling damage, he will be stronger than the Ahri later on. So something we'll revisit in 10 minutes time when this you know, starts to be a game where the Azir has an impact, because with how much of a deficit he's had and how KT've had deficit, we didn't get to talk about the Emperor's Divide fight you get around the Rift Herald because they couldn't get there. We didn't get to talk about level 6 gang timings because we couldn't get there.
Does and aiming, trying to set something up, but Umpty is here. The ult's gonna go down, but this is into a Xinjiao, so final chapter does come in. Umpty with the re-engage, the kick does do quite a lot of damage. I think even the AoE from the rocket hits Cuz there. He is going to have to back out of this one, as trade will be won by Fred Brion, and they have this so early with the Rift Heralds. Looks like they want to go down there in the bottom side. Lava gets pretty low in the trade mid, but he will survive and has teleport.
This is going to be a Rift Herald drop, as you mentioned. Bottom side here. Once again, these control wards, so massive. And Life went to go up and check for that. Almost lost his life. Going for the ward check as Umpty looks for the kick here. Does not have his ultimate, so just Sonic Wave, I should say, not kick. And that's a whole wave of plates going over to the Jinx here in this early game. They will be able to get a Drake. Yeah, like double Drake here at sub 11. Full plates to a Jinx. Looks like they're not actually going to start the Drake up because Azir is here. But, I mean, they have so much room in this game to continue the lead. Like, we're talking about a 3,000 gold advantage. And yes, KT do have a composition that scales and has a lot of range, has the Ezreal that can win fights alone by himself when we get to that 25, 30, 35-minute mark later on, depending on how he plays it. But Fred and Brion have all the lead they could ever ask for. Yikes.
And
they will get the free.
It's actually really good timing. You know, that's a time where Arya may want to go back for a buy if they were looking for a fight. So it's a good decision by Henna to deny that back, but it doesn't look like they want to fight anyway. As we are going to see which Drake, oh, yeah, Cloud Soul. Thank you, Atlas, once again. Very good job. You've been doing good work recently.
It's just so hilarious. Like, it's even less likely this year with the new Drakes, and it's like, I know he was the one petitioning to get the Chemtech removed so he could have more chances for Clouds, but like, still, it's a 1 in 5,
yeah.
And it's, I mean, I'm gonna have to take a look at some of those numbers when I go home.
Yeah, the numbers don't line up. Show us the books,
yeah.
Atlas. Tell us how you've been finagling this. But yeah, we've been having a lot of Cloud Souls, which I think will be a bit unfortunate for Fred and Brion. But as you mentioned, they have a very nice amount of scaling in their composition anyway, right?
Yeah.
They have the Gwen, they have the Jinx, and that's mixed damage as well with their scaling. So if they have a lead and they can get ahead of KT with the amount of scaling that they have, it doesn't really matter what composition KT has unless it goes to the extreme late game. Okay, looking for this one. The kick is perfect, and there is the charm as well. This time, though, he holds on to it, and the flash is not going to be enough. Just wasted at the end. And look at this. Plates are still up, too. Fred and Brion.
The Sonic
I
Wave.
love it.
Sonic Wave connects here. He follows him through the flash, even with a crazy shuffle away. It's not enough. An extra plates, as you mentioned, going to this Arya. And she has 4 assists worth of gold here. She's going to have so much more money than you should normally have at this stage. And, you know, the other thing about this composition that ends up doing well for Fred and Brion later on with the Drake lead they have is they can 1-3-1 extremely well against a Graves and an Azir, both of which will find themselves vulnerable. And Cloud Drakes will be huge for Fred and Brion on both side laning 1-3-1 and also chasing down the opposing Azir. Look at this flash here. The insect from Umpty getting over the ward hop, and then he's like, Sonic Wave, baby. He's like, I did all the sick out plays. He's like, I pressed Q and you're dead. He's got Gore Drinker as well. Notice here as well till the end. So when he does fall with the Sonic Wave, oh, I actually used it before. Either way, they're having both of those hits there. The Gore Drink and the Sonic Wave gets the execute damage there on the second Q. And we'll take him out. Nicely played.
And this is something we talk about all the time with Fred and Brion, right? Where if Umpty is on, he looks so good, especially in the early game, right? This is how Fred and Brion were able to get wins last year even against an extremely strong T1, extremely strong Dom 1, right? This is how they did it, by this early game pressure that Umpty is able to put on and just, you know, calling the shots from this part of the game. So it's really nice to see that, you know, now 3-0-1, he gets yet another gank that gets his mid laner even further ahead. And he was something like 1,800 gold ahead already in the jungle. That's insane.
Now the top side of the map, because they got so much vision control in the mid prio here, that's helpful here, but it's not enough. It's not safety that you're guaranteed with that True Shot Barrage. They have to be aware that there's a possibility this Nautilus is coming up and looking for you, because look at the light. He's clearing that vision. And as aiming here, yes, you have Cuz here too. You just got to be so careful, so safe. And this is the struggle part that aiming is going to have to live through, right? Okay, I have to farm through the mid game. Like, I have to 100 more CS I really need before I can actually be a real force to be reckoned with in this game. And how safely can I get it against an extremely fed 3-0-1 Lee Sin, an Ahri who has the pick potential and is, you know, fairly accelerated by those 4 assists. And then there's also the Jinx factor that you have to consider, right? Jinx can actually catch you with a zap and then you're stuck, you're dead. So it's really a hard period of time here that aiming is going to have to play through, oscillating between top and mid, trying to pick up as many of the minions as KT will allow him. And the same issue comes to the Azir, right? Arya is going to try to side lane, but he'll find himself vulnerable if he overextends.
Yeah, it's going to be big. And yeah, Fred and Brion enjoying a 4,000 gold lead at this point in time. Unfortunately for Cuz, you know, he's just kind of been run around the map and has not been able to save any of his teammates. As there's the charm, there's a lot of damage, but Stevie is in there. He's still going for this though, as the heal and the flash will be used. The rocket comes in and nearly takes him out.
This is what I'm talking about, is Ezreal. Where are you farming? Like, where are you safe? Where are you going to get those minions? You're not safe anywhere.
This is kind of insane.
They
right
push
now.
Ezreal down to 0 health. He lives, but it's a top 3-man push with a second Rift Herald, so they grab a turret. Like, they're winning everywhere. As Rascal's like, I guess this game is going to be about me trying to get something here. He's like going to the red side jungle, just stealing wolves. He's like, I need money. At least there's some standing gold on these now bountied turrets here that are all still up for Frederick Brion. So if he can get one of those, it'll be a little bit of extra gold going over the Ezreal. But this is the graph you want to see, and it's like step by step every umpty gank, you see a bump in the graph.
It's true, actually. We have about 4 of those there.
Upside down staircase that umpty's walking on.
Yeah. He's creating the canyon between him and Cuz at this point in time. And, you know, Cloud Soul, not the biggest thing, but, I mean, at this point, why not take it, right? You want to accelerate this game. You want to make sure that you can pick up the Elder as soon as possible before aiming gets ridiculous, before Arya gets ridiculous, before Rascal, as we pointed out, who has almost 200 CS at 17 minutes. He's really trying his best to just go to that late game. So, for Brion, anything they can do to accelerate this game, I think, would be very nice for them at this point. And, you know, the only thing I can say is that I wish we saw this Frederick Brion all the time, you know? Like,
Yeah, and KT...
why don't we get this every game? They're so good.
KT have played a very different style than they usually do in this game, but I feel like they haven't made too many individual errors. Like, it's not really about KT playing this poorly, it's about Frederick Brion being very active on the map and finding these opportunities. Zumpty's on a ward.
They're both on a ward, and they don't have any... Oh no. Yeah, well, talking about individual errors.
I mean, Frederick Brion baited that play. Like, you probably have vision as if they do, they try to go in, we turn this, they hide the Lee Sin. I mean, I think KT definitely could have played that better because they saw the Lee Sin moments before, and so should have known that was going to be the follow-up. But you're so desperate as KT to try to pick up any money you can right now. And as Arya, you know, normally in a situation like this with the Nazir, you can actually set up a play like that extremely well with your ult and then turn this into 2 kills. If the Lee Sin comes in late, you're really hopeful. Then you actually get a little bit more map control. But now you've just given it over because there's both on the ward. Like, he knows the Lee Sin's there, and Cuz can't follow because Arya's already, or Lava's already back here. And
yeah,
like, he can't actually get his charge off. So I guess that was the idea. We follow up with the Xin Zhao over the wall and then get a pick there, but it doesn't happen.
It's kind of crazy how much of a slam dunk composition this this comp is from Frederick Brion went ahead, especially because it was the Lee Sin kick into the it was the charm into the Lee Sin kick into the Nautilus follow up. Like, you don't even get to play the game if you get out of position. There's just so much chain CC that you can put into pretty much any target, right? They've been able to take out Nazir that had flash available. They can take out Aiming, who's got a Yuumi on his back, you know, all of these things. So
it's crazy.
From ahead, it's insane how much pressure they can put on.
And it's crazy how well they played the early game to get to this point. And you look at the Gwen, who, you know, obviously will have some problems, not as much as she does against the Jace, against the Graves, and yes, she's 30 CS down, and that is where the only lane that KT have a gold lead is the top side, which is a 6-0s in a row lane, right? Like, there's been no attention there, there's been no ganks, there's been no attempts. And
welcome to 2022.
Welcome to 2022, but also welcome to these two players, right? We saw the jungle proximity diff negative for both of these players, like more than the average. Both of these players actually get no attention. So as Rascal here in this game, unfortunately, you don't have enough agency to have big power here. Look at the damage to turrets. Gwen has not touched a single one. But that's okay here for Frederick Brion because you're going to have her for the team fights later. She's going to be a Gwen. And you're going to have an Ahri on the other side pushing. Look what's happening. This is the 1-3-1 in action. We talked about it before. And to punish this, you put yourself in harm's way as KT. So you can't punish, you just have to sit back and farm, like we said, you know, basically 5 minutes ago, and that hasn't changed. In fact, the situation got worse because they tried to make that proactive play with Arya and failed.
Yeah, that was their one moment to get a couple of picks and maybe look for something. But, you know, it's kind of dire as well because even at that point, there wasn't even a Cloud Drake available and Baron hadn't even spawned because the game is so accelerated. And we're already here at this point at 20 minutes into the game. So definitely dire straits here for KT. Again, if you're rooting for them to win, they essentially just have to sit on their hands here for about 20 minutes. But the way that Fred and Brion are playing, like, this is, again, just to reiterate this point, like, this is how they've been able to beat top teams in the past. And I just wish we saw more consistency with this play style because they play it so well and it gets them huge leads against good teams.
I think this is going to be somewhat controversial thing to say here, but I think
Wolf and controversial statements.
No, never me. Especially not on broadcast, never. KT, I think, should give up this soul. They should give the 4 Drakes to 0, and they should try to farm and get the Ezreal into a better position here because, like, if you lose this fight, the game is over immediately. Like, you will never have another window back in, but if you give it up and try to farm instead and then play for Elder fight, I think you have a much better chance on that fight than you do for this one. So,
yeah, I mean, I do pretty wholeheartedly agree. The one thing I guess I could say is that KT did hit some item spikes, right? You do have, like, Bloodthirster finished here on the Graves. He's very fed. You've got a couple of items on the Ezreal, but you're still so far behind.
I mean, it's an Ezreal with no upgrade on his boots, and like
it's a hard call to make, I think.
He is level 11, so he's very vulnerable if he tries to go for these Mystic shots to slowly chip away, as he was very successful here on the Umpty. He puts himself in a position where if he dies, then you lose the fight anyways, so it's a hard time, as they are going to push the wave and look to start to chip away at Breon here on the side. Breon a little bit slow to actually control this choke, so given the setup, go for it, I say, for KT.
Yeah, but here is the follow-up as Ari gets into the backline. Lobby just going to blow up, aiming. Where was the peel? The Yuumi looks like he was on Cuz, and unfortunately that's all she wrote for this fight. Is Lava even going to be able to flash the Emperor's Divide? And Fred and Breon, it's like they lured them into their trap.
Yeah.
And then they clamped down.
Well, I mean, the Ari is in a position, Lava, they don't know where he is. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. If you're in position to do damage as Ezreal, you're putting yourself at threat of getting picked. And without vision of where Lava is, if you stand there and you don't have a Yuumi on top of you, you know, he didn't flash. Like, he was so close to the Ari, they didn't even have time to react. Like, watch this again. Look at where aiming is. And he puts a ward down, like, they actually had vision.
Yeah.
They, like, look at this again, I'm like, whoa, this is not it. But you're so desperate, you're tunnel visioning here. Yeah, I didn't even realize there was a word on. I think it might have been placed as he was walking forward, but either way.
He autoed it. They saw it.
Yeah.
This is a great charm too, you know, max range, like really well done by Lava. But again, you know, it's everything you're saying, right? It's putting yourself into that position. It's kind of hard. You know, you can't cover every single flank when you're down 10,000 gold.
And you can't fight without your Ezreal being forward like that. If you're gonna contest, if you're gonna make the call to leave, you also need to be side laning elsewhere on the map. Like, you needed to be like way away. So they were kind of trapped between a Drake and a side lane there. You know, I guess I don't want to use the common phrase we use here on the LCK, but you know, the side lane that they could have been pushing, you know, is just, they thought they had enough of a positional advantage there, but they did not, in fact. So all I'm trying to say, Lava's level 15 in this game, 2 levels up on Arya, and has a death cap coming. And I don't know if we'll get it before the Nexus falls, considering the situation we're in here, but I think that this one is well and truly done because of that fight that I said KT probably shouldn't take. Like, you don't have a chance anymore. You've lost too much control. They have Cloud Soul and the waves pushing. You don't even get to have the Elder fight.
Wolf, if you were going to say your very famous phrase, now would be the time.
I have only done it once, but I'll do it again. This game is over.
Yeah,
I didn't do the voice this time, but
yeah, I was kind of looking forward to that, but it's okay. Maybe next time.
It's over.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I mean, this is just Fred at Breon domination, which is not something we get to see every day. But when we see it, it's truly impressive.
Lava, he's got so much AP, gonna hit through these buildings pretty hard. This game is just so about Umpty. Like, everything about this game is Umpty getting power around the map early, empowering the mid lane, empowering the bottom lane, shutting down the bottom lane.
Yeah.
And Cuz being one step behind.
Like, Lava is chunking these turrets, but 0 people are even looking at him. Like, KT just looks so defeated at this point.
They want an Emperor's Divide engage here on the bottom side, but I don't think you're even going to get that. Even if you have like a 4-man knockup, you die, like Arya dies, and then you lose the fight anyways. I think that's the focus, is like, maybe they'll overextend, maybe we can have Emperor's Divide engage, follow up here with the Xin Zhao, and then we get the kills bottom side, so let's just focus. We'll never catch the Ari. She's too mobile. I think that's the idea here for KT, but there is no winning. So, you know, it's hard to criticize letting the Arya or rather, let her, the Ari. Run
The
out.
Arya.
It's hard, man. It's hard with these two.
Yeah.
The champion and the player together. It's hard for KT. More harder than anything.
Yes. Would agree. Definitely agree. And yeah, death cap is completed here for Lava. He picks that up. There's basically no room for KT to find too much, you know, MR in their builds. As Umpty, I don't think he'll be on. Yeah, no. TP will come in here.
And once again, for KT, it's the Rascal Stripe you see on the gold graph here. You know, there's always the Rascal
Stripe.
The Rascal Stripe. The one blue stripe above four,
Oh, no.
four reds. And this may become an LCK term at one point. Sorry it didn't go to Keen, because Keen probably deserves it more, but...
I mean, this season feels like it's been given over to Rascal.
The Rascal
Stripe
Stripe
now.
is just another one of those things. It's matchup dependent, I think, in this game, but he's doing his best. He hasn't died. He hasn't made any errors, but this game just wasn't about him, unfortunately. And I think going back to the Jace pick they could have had, maybe if he picked the Jace, it would have been about him. Maybe if the focus was topside, we could have seen a different game here. I agree with their choice to pick the Graves for what their comp was, but, you know, we're talking about the best player on KT roster. It's him, and he's been left out to dry. Actually, he has one death. I misspoke.
Yeah. Well, it's not all zeros anymore. Thankfully, the top laners got to play the game. That's generally what, you know, why we're here, to play the game, to have fun. But nowadays, top laners have been struggling to even interact. Some lanes you don't even get to play with the enemy top laner. You know how it is. But yeah, I mean, maybe giving something to Rascal where he can be a little bit more interactive and try to make plays around him, or allow him to try to make plays himself and take earlier fights might be the case. But again, this game, it kind of fell over so quickly that maybe it doesn't matter what he played, because the top side of the map just got so boomed so early. It was like, well, I guess I'll just farm real well.
That is what it feels like here. And for KT, like we said moments ago, when it really started to go down south real bad, before the one real error, which was the engage there from Arya, and then positional error from aiming in that Drake fight. Before those moments, KT played it out, I think, about as well as they could have with the information they had. It was just Frederick Brion being too good. So now there's no vision here.
Yeah, he's dead. Oh, okay. They didn't commit. Looks like Jonas Strong fooled us all.
I mean, this is a common strategy. Just push in when the Elder is up so that they have to try to rush over. They have no vision, and then you get a pick. It's the Korean Bush meta. We see it all the time.
They just didn't commit. Everybody was a little bit spread out, but they will commit now as the Charm lands onto aiming, but Lava goes in alone. He needs some support. Finally, Delight will come in as Lava is getting low. Cuz goes for the kill, but he's just a little bit too weak at this point in the game. They're down 11,000 gold. Frederick Brion get the pick. They will move towards the Elder.
This was the, you know, the moment they were looking for bottom side, right? When Lava was roaming around, was getting that top inhibitor turret for free. Like, that was the kind of play they were looking for here on KT roster. But this time they're not able to actually secure the kill. And you could see why it was so hard to actually commit earlier, is Morgan's going to go over here and defend this turret, which has a lot of bounty gold in it. And Frederick Brion do kind of split up and reset here. Lava can come back. So a little bit of extra gold going over, but it's like dropping pennies in, I don't know, a vat. Like, it's,
yeah.
The gap is quite huge in terms of the gold right now.
Yeah, it's very true. And Frederick Brion just going for a little bit of a regroup. This does mean that Cuz is available, but not quite there for the fight. And it still means that the Smite's win will go, of course, to Umpty. So Elder Drake picked up here. Frederick Brion going for Exodia. They will pick up the Baron and then go for a little push.
Yeah, KT, if we're going to do the Yu-Gi-Oh thing, KT needs Time Wizard right now to rewind back to about 25 minutes ago. If they want another chance this game, I think the best way to look at it for them is, hey, there's still game 2, and you get a reset, you get a clean slate there, you'll get your blue side pick again, so you lose game 1. So it's about all she wrote, as you mentioned earlier, for this game. For KT, I think the big standout for me is at least that they drafted differently. They tried to play the slow game. And as you and I pointed out, Frederick Brion, yes, Umpty is an aggressive player. That's kind of the name of the game for him. But they haven't been able to get huge leads with him most of the time, right? Throughout the season. And so, even though, yes, this is kind of Umpty's thing, it hasn't been in this meta, it hasn't been this year. And usually it's a small lead Umpty gets and they play it very slow and passively. This time it's like Umpty gets a small lead, then they turn it into a big lead, then they actually choke out the whole map and take away all vision. This is also a pretty good look for Frederick Brion. Elder Drake buff is active, Cuz is scared.
Umpty is 4 levels ahead of Cuz right now. That might be the biggest discrepancy, I believe it is, just taking a quick look. And 3 levels over aiming. Yeah, that is just pretty large jungle gap. And as we talked about, I mean, Cuz was there for the bottom side, right? For the gank, for the dive. It just didn't matter. As fortunately, he is going to go down once again here. And yeah, Frederick Brion with the Baron and the Elder will look to end this game.
Easy peasy. Looking for the pick.
Lights hitting everything, too. Frederick Brion, I don't know what they ate for breakfast today, but if they could just repeat that and continue with the consistency here, that would be lovely, please. They're so good.
Open and shut case for this first game. Not much else to say as Umpty.
Worth.
He doesn't care about his KDA. He just wants to look cool for the camera. The General is back. He leads his team to victory here in Game 1. We saw very proactive plays from Fredit, playing around, getting first 2 Drakes basically on spawn early, taking the Rift Herald with the picks they had, putting Rascal on an island, with Morgan, who was happy to sit back and farm because the bottom side of the map was in such disarray. But I think, I'll say it one last time, I promise, for the last time in this first game, at least KT tried to do something different than what we've seen. I mean, I think if they had defended a little bit better, if the timings had been better, or if maybe Cuz was a little bit faster or a little bit closer to his bot duo, we could have seen a great game from them. And I hope that they don't take this the wrong way, this loss, and go, well, we should just go back to the Kalista set.
I was about to say, I'm sorry, Wolf, but I think, unfortunately, we're going to go back to predictable KT.
No!
Where they're going to try to go for some aggressive plays because, this is part of having a best of 3 where it's like, you get to try stuff sometimes in a very high-pressure environment, and sometimes it fails horribly like it did here in game number 1. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to win this series real bad that they just go back to comfort. At least they tried, like we've been saying.
I just want to see more development because maybe you go back to what works for you and you reverse sweep this series and you walk home or ride home in the fancy KT Rollstream team van home.
Nice.
Like, we won, we got the W today. But what did you learn? How much did you grow? Because you might have beaten Frederick Brion with that style, but did you learn?
Rabadon's death cap.
Yeah.
Carry.
Did you learn enough to beat some of the top 4 teams? Did you win it? Did you learn enough to make playoffs? And this is the series, like we said, to try to do things and try to branch out your play style. So at least they did in game 1, and Frederick Brion punished them very cleanly. It's a clean slate for game 2.
How many votes do you think Lava's going to pick up for POG?
3 or 4.
3 or 4? Okay. That's kind of what I was going to say.
I'm giving Umpty, I think he's looking at 9 or 10.
You're giving him the nod?
I gave him the nod for sure. Lava had a fantastic game. He followed up on a lot of Umpty's plays, set up some of Umpty's plays.
Yeah.
But Umpty, man, he was right place, right time.
He was the puppet master. He was pulling the strings. And that's where Frederick Brion find their success. So, you can't win against the LOL King. And that is apparently Lava. Oh, it's actually a Korean rapper. Okay.
Show me the money.
Yeah, there you go. Either way, guys, we'll have a break, and then we will have the analyst chairs and carpet space. We'll be right back.
끌어볼게 한번. 나 탱, 나 계속 탱, 나 탱.
야 나 이즈 볼게 이즈 볼게.
나 탱.
아즈는 찾고.
아유 잡았고.
이제 야 이즈 노플. 이즈 봐줘.
다 죽여줘. 몇번 더 죽여줘. 다 죽여. 그냥.
다 죽여.
타워.
타워하면 천천히 해봐.
끝내자.
장난도 못 죽이냐, 저거?
끝내자.
끝내라.
빨리 끝내라.
가비. 네 미드 정글에 1대 해야지 한 번씩.
나이스.
나이스.
정지현 너 나와.
형. 꺼져. 슈퍼랑 하러 가.
아이, 농담하는 거지. 오케이, 여기까지. 근데 루시안이 좀 세. 소매 형 루시안 봤잖아. 뭐야? 아예
들었지? 똑똑히 들었지? 꺼져. 꺼져.
빨리 와. 빨리 아무나 와. 그러면 나 혼자 뭐해? 빨리 오셈.
좋아.
6렙 찍고 싸우자.
알았어.
어땠어 지훈아? 닦였지?
아니 그냥 내가 화나서 어흥했는데.
그럼 이거는?
그럼 이건 뭐야?
나 이득 봤는데?
그래? 뭐야 W 이거 W가 끝났네?
안 되지 지훈아. 한 번 더?
아니 뭐해? 아니 뭐해?
한 번 안 죽네?
아니 당연하지 내가 물약 빨았으니까.
나 지금 하기 싫어 게임. 나 못하는 것만 해. 너 잘하는 거 하고. 나 레넥터 안 해봤잖아 평소에. 이럴 건 왜 하자 했어 1대1. 정지현 너 나와. 빨리 와.
우리 2대 0으로 이긴 적 있나?
샌드박스
유일하게 승리해서 2대 0이야.
긴장한 사람.
저요. 항상 긴장하면서 게임해요 전.
지금은 김장철도 아닌데 뭐 김장하고 있어.
타워 밀자 이거.
르블랑?
리신 노플.
나 뺄 수 있어.
포탑 밀게. 노틸 먼저.
요새?
나이스.
여기 가보고 싶긴 한데 나도 눈치 보는 중. 여기 가볼게 이제.
나 바텀 미는 중. 여기.
내려.
리신 봐봐.
르블랑.
르블랑 돼?
나 안 가도 되지? 나 안 간다.
라이트 안 죽는다 얘들아. 라이트 안 죽는다.
나 시에 있어.
나 좀 밀게 그냥. 나 늦었어. 일단 이거 살릴게. 이거 살리는 게 맞는 것 같아.
나 F 쓸게. 너 아까 나 괴롭혔지. 고얀 놈.
잘해보자. 나이스. 우리가 그래도 데프트 징크스 패배 남겼다.
47승 5패 됐다 이제.
이거 볼게 형.
오케이 노플. 나이스.
봐줄게.
홍재 그런 거 좋아.
오케이 좋아요.
레오나 노플. 야 징크스 딜 못하게. 징크스 노플.
얘도 높을. 잡아줘. 잡고 끝내. 바텀 얘들아 바텀으로 가자.
야 목줄. 죽여. 얘들 얼마나 승리야 제발. 나이스.
너무 좋아.
나 틀 100개 먹었어.
미안해 데프트 형 너무 잘한다.
괜찮아. 저기도 잘해.
나이스.
나이스.
ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst chairs and analytical collaborative carpet space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was very close to a perfect game by Fred at Brion. For the first time this season, it was 29 minutes, and that turret was taken, and all of my hopes were dashed. But, as I like to say, there were 2 kills and 1 turret off a perfect game.
Classic. No, that's not classic Fred at Brion. Let's break down the draft first, because I do think that a lot of what happened in this game, if you take the nameplates away, was somewhat predicted in the draft.
Yeah.
Because what KT said was, "You're Fred at Brion." And then they looked them straight into the eyes, and then they drafted Ezra, Yumi, Graves, and Azir. So they had no prio. They barely had anyone for Xin to play through, and Cuz's entire job was, please, Cuz, please, pretty please, get us to the mid game without us being behind. But if you look at the enemy team, Jinx now, prio. Obviously, the Ahri, prio. And then Gwen doesn't matter because it's top lane, so we don't have to talk about that.
Nope.
And with the amount of pressure that Fred and Brion had, I even said to you, like, there's an opportunity to dive, but it's Fred and Brion, so like they're not going to. And then they actually played out their aggressive comp to the utmost perfection, setting up that really big dive, level 4, and that was basically the end of it. And like, honestly, Cuz could have been there earlier, and then it may have been 2 kills, and maybe you get 1 back, and like, or it would have been 3 kills, and maybe you get 2 back, but end result would have been the same. This was Fred and Brion drafting a comp that had to get in the early game, and they actually did it. And from Fred and Brion, that's some character development.
That is definitely an A+ in my book, absolutely. And I want to sort of just take away from this game just for one moment and talk about the fact that the game is speeding up finally here in the LCK. We've seen here in round 2 a few times that teams really have grabbed games by the horns, as of course the Genji series being able to push forward really far, picking the Renekton Nidalee, making it work for the first time, and now Fred at Brion really taking the same situation. It all started with that bottom dive. And if you have a look, I think 2 Spirit Rush charges were used just to get over walls here by Lava. Like, this guy just wanted to get into the action, and I loved it.
It's just perfect. The setup in mid as well, with Lava staying in his lane as the back came through from Arya, and then there's nothing to do here. Like, unfortunately, reality of the situation is you are Ezra or Yumi. There's nothing. Again, Cuz might have been there earlier. Maybe they would have traded a kill on Umti there. But against such overpowering numbers, in addition to the fact that a single hook, a single charm, a single Q landing, you die. And then Yumi dies, right? So there really just isn't anything that I think you can really hold against. Or they should have probably sacked the turret the moment that they could have read the dive, but then you get zoned off of 1-2 waves, you give up 1-2 plates, and the pace of the game might have been different, but with how Fred and Brion are playing today, I think we would have seen a repeat of the flow of the rest of the game, albeit not that dominant.
Yeah, no, I agree. And sometimes, like, looking at the mid lane especially, I think Lava played it very, very well, because we've seen Azirs be able to get the shove in that matchup, right? And yes, they're different players, and you can see nameplates play a big part here. However, I do want to give a lot of credit to Lava for being proactive and constantly pushing the issue. Always going for these charms. Not all of them landed, but when they did, they were absolutely amazing. Speaking of which, let's have a look at the Lava highlight reel as the LoL King himself finds the flank and picks exactly the right target.
Honestly, it's a Fred and Brion highlight reel in of itself, right? Because it's also delight again, starting off fights beautifully. His Nautilus is looking more and more like his Rakan, which is one of the biggest reasons why Fred and Brion generally are able to pick up wins. But Lava here is the one that actually sets up this charm, actually hits the 2-man Everfrost as well. And if that wasn't enough, the rest of his team was also winning the subsequent skirmish. So it's just beautiful play from Fred and Brion. Like, I don't really know what to say. To me, the highlight was that mid-jungle duo, and this is a theme that we see with a lot of our weaker teams. Hanwha Life comes to mind as well, where if Karis and Unfleek are on, teams can just win against anyone in very decisive fashion. Look at the DRX game.
Yep, exactly right. But it's time to get to the LoL King of the game, the POG monster himself, the man with the massive muscles. It is Lava that grabs it on the Ahri. Man, I was very confident with that one. Thankfully, it pays off. 600 points here for Lava as he moves further up our standings.
Some Umti credit should be given, because it was very much, as we're going to see here, a 2-man unit. But I think that Lava, unironically, the first one in the LCK, that has a similar Ahri performance to Faker. You mentioned it already in the previous replay. The key difference to Lava, as is the case with Faker, is that he actually proactively uses the Spirit Rush. You actually see them go for play consistently. And this Lee and Ahri combo goes so far back into League of Legends' history. And here we see again why it used to be such a feared combo. Has, of course, in recent times been kind of replaced by the LeBlanc. But Ahri still does the same thing. Hit a charm, connect a Q, and the story.
And also, she's just better at getting these things done in the early stages of the game. 12 out of 13, and
I think he deserved more.
Sometimes these things happen, but sometimes you just need to bow to the king. It's just how this one works. Sorry about that one, gentlemen. We are going to throw it back to you, Wolf. No hard feelings, mate.
All right, hold the phone. Wait, you asked me like how many you think he's gonna get.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, 3 or 4.
I agree with you.
I think he played great. Lava did. A lot of those plays are really proactive for him. I really like how they point out the Spirit Rush usage. But I mean, I don't know about that. That was pretty. It was a team effort.
I think it was the general making the calls, not the king. You know what I'm saying?
That's all I'm saying, yeah.
They both played really well mechanically and proactively. I think it should have been more of a mixed vote at least. 12 out of 13 doesn't make sense to me. But I'm glad that at least one of them got it. So Lava will pick it up that time. We'll see, maybe Umpty can get it in the next couple of games. As we will not have any subs here for game number 2. Sword will stay, or rather Morgan will stay in. Surprise, surprise. I mean, he didn't really get to play game 1, so might as well give him another shot, you know.
All right, here we go. KT blue side, same Corki ban. So, you know, I really felt like we were going to see the clash of the early game KT and the late game Lava Corki, but maybe it's just not going to happen. KT said no to that. We'll take away the Lee Sin this time.
They're going to open Karma, I think.
Looks like it.
Unless they want to open TF. And that's really the question, because they banned Karma first in game 1. Yeah, so they're going to ban away TF and leave Karma open.
It is a strong first pick for them, but they'll be running into the Xin Zhao themselves if they do that. And they're going to take the Xin Zhao instead, just trying to dominate the bottom side in a different way. And there's a lot of ways to respond to the Karma pick bottom side, and it's not even necessarily going to be picked up for Fredit.
Note that Ahri didn't get banned. They're showing respect to the real POG.
Just saying.
Number 1. Just saying.
Just put it out there.
Just saying.
Just put it out there.
And look at this. Umpty's like, you know what? I can play multiple different kinds of horses. You know, you got the fairy types that kind of are like Lilia. You got the scary types that are like Hecarim. I can play them both. And he's going to play Hecarim.
He is. The KT can actually have a really strong pushing Karma lane on the bottom side here if they would choose to. I think the Ezreal Karma is a great option for them if they wanted to play a similar style of draft to the previous one. Wasn't like that's going to be the name of the game here. We'll take the LeBlanc instead, and this is more of what we expected to see from KT Rolster in terms of their drafting. This is more old school. And for Fredit Brion here, you have a lot of options right now. I think the Nautilus is the best one because you have lockdown for the Hecarim. It's strongest support right now. It will be the Lava, or rather the Gwen locked in here for Lava, going to the top side of the map though.
Yeah. And again, they're showing that priority. It seems like they were happy with Morgan on the Gwen, even though, again, he didn't really get to play the game. Not because he got dominated, just because literally nothing happened between those two in the top side. As we are going to have the same Akali ban, I'm curious, though. You talked about the Nautilus. Will they ban it away this time?
I think it's just such an easy call.
Nautilus Rakan, right?
Yeah, Nautilus Rakan here. You take away Delight's Rakan. Nautilus going to be very frustrating to deal with across all of this game. I mean, it's one of the more utility late game supports that we have right now in this meta, really outshining Leona, who was kind of in his place for a long time here in the LCK. I think it's a pretty easy call to make right now. You can defend turrets really well with him. You can be the initiator on the bottom side of the map. It's Delight. You know, you and I were having kind of a somewhat mock conversation about, was Umpty the best player on this team, or was Delight the best player on this team? And, you know, Delight's, I think, a little bit more consistent than Umpty. They'll ban the Leona instead of the Nautilus. I can't say I agree with this choice. I think it's a pretty easy lock-in here for Fredit Brion. They get the mid lane counter pick.
Yeah. And, I mean, KT, they were struggling with that decision, right? They went down to 0 seconds. It seems like they're expecting a Nautilus, and they want to try to counter it in some way. Soraka, Bard, you know, Lulu, a lot of these choices, these Enchanter supports, we don't really see them too often nowadays, but could be an option.
I think Lulu is really good for their composition. Can work extremely well with the Aphelios and the Xin Zhao in a lot of team fights. Looks like we will see the Graves top matchup again into the Gwen. Not a shocker, and maybe this time it'll actually have an impact. Only time will tell.
Yeah.
As in terms of support, like I'm still really feeling like the Lulu is going to be your best option here. In the lane, you're not going to have a ton of power.
Or like set, because it's life, I guess?
Yeah, but it's so easy to shut this down, I think, as Frederick comp. You know, with the Hecarim going to be able to kind of rush through that, the Nautilus can shut you down, root you after you try to engage. And Lava's like, yeah, I'll run it back again. You guys did ban the Ahri. And we're going to have this one more time. Frederick Brion have so much lockdown and pick. The Hecarim isn't going to be as easy to execute as the Lee Sin in terms of following those sonic waves and getting the deep kills mid lane. And it is LeBlanc, who's a lot more survivable than an Azir. But this game could look very similar, and the life set pick here is not a bad pick in isolation. It has a lot of, they have a lot of engage themselves. They have some turn they can use with this set pick. They can, if Ahri decides to Spirit Rush in, maybe set grabs her. There's a lot of ways to counter this way. But it feels like a crutch pick, and I can't believe I said those words about life, the support, the guy who has more picks than anybody, one of the biggest support pools in the LCK, next to players like Keria, right? And the coaching staff is really pushing him down this route this year, and it started off great for him, and he's still 4-2 on the champion, don't get me wrong. But it feels like KT are like, we've got to get this guy set, where I think the Lulu pick could have helped you actually survive through this mid-game, and some of those late-game team fights could have been better, help you in the lane a little bit. Are we going to see the level 2 flash forward, you know?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's one of Set's biggest strengths, at least in the lane. Will do great into the tank support, and yeah, you know, it's kind of what we were thinking about at the end of game 1, right? Will they just go back to comfort? And this is ultimate comfort, at least for one of their players. More than one player, of course, with some of the other picks, the LeBlanc, the mid lane as well. But yeah, kind of liking Frederick Brion's composition. Feels like they may have even bolstered it even more with the Hecarim. But we'll only have to wait just a moment to find out, as game number 2 has started.
Yep. I know everybody's eyes are going to the Hecarim, see if he took Conquer, but no, we don't do that in the LCK.
That ain't a thing here.
Nope. I was like, did you do it this time? No. And considering the composition, 100% you would not want to. You want that phase rush, close the gap, get on top of these backline champions. The set can help peel against this style of play really well, and also works very well into the Gwen when she dives through and uses her mist. And he can face break her, buy a lot of time. Once the mist fades, you re-engage. As KT, you've got a tanky Graves to help frontline. It's not a bad comp with a set. I feel like my biggest criticism, and maybe I'm a bit biased because I've cast so many KT games this season, is it just feels like I've seen this movie before. I know how it ends, you know, like it either ends very, very well for the set pick here and they dominate the game, or it's very middling, as they are gonna invade here, but they were seen on that ward, so obviously Frederick Brion showing the respect.
Hecarim is on the red buff start, and they can just put down a ward on the blue buff here. So they're starting from level 1, from 1 minute into the game, just really trying to get ahead of which I do really like, especially because he was the player of the game in our hearts for game number 1.
Yeah.
But enough about that. I do like the proactivity. I think it's pretty nice to try to get ahead of this, to try to stop Hecarim from just free farming his entire jungle super easily, super quickly, as we know he can. And it's good.
Does mean that with that move up to the top side for aiming and life, they get 2 second. Bit of a trade here in mid lane.
Morgan hits level 2 first. It's a nice amount of harass already. But yeah, very much, you know, we always used to see the LeBlanc Zoe like 1-2 years ago, that matchup where it started out, you know, the LeBlanc felt really good, but then the Zoe, once they learned the trading patterns really, really well here in the LCK, the Zoe started to get an edge. Kind of feels similar with the charm timings, you know. LeBlanc jumps forward if she's close enough. A very easy charm for you to land, just like the bubbles of old. And so
And
I
you
think Lava should be very comfortable in this match.
trigger Foxfire super easily too. As Umpty's looking for a level 3 gank here. Very far forward is Arya. Will get him away. Doesn't have to flash, just distorts out. So a huge opportunity to grab a flash there if Arya hadn't been very quick to react, but he does react quickly. Umpty actually going to steal his blue buff back. You took mine, I'll take yours. Here's the level 2 flash.
Who could have seen it coming? The Aftershock is procced, and that is a lot of
There you
damage. And
go.
First Blood is given over to aiming.
Might be
And
more.
That's why you do this, right?
Yeah.
That's why you do this.
Now Cuz is here, and they can actually zone Henna out of experience.
Yeah, and you know where Umpty is, too.
Yep, exactly. So when you know where Umpty is, you know he's going into the jungle to try to counter jungle. You can take the Jinx away from farm here and start to get an early lead. Why is aiming 5-1 on this Aphelios? Because Aphelios has follow-up CC for engaged champions that Life likes to play. It's one of the only 80 carries in the meta that can basically guarantee a root with his Gravitum. So this is why he does well. It's not because he's a sick late-game Aphelios, and he's fine on it, but it's really just about snowballing games, as KT loves to do. And unfortunately for Fred Brion, they get caught. I would like to see how this opens up. It's just your standard. The light's too close to flash and Facebreaker. You know, fast flash from Facebreaker range when he has Gravitum, gets the follow-up root. And with the Haymaker connecting on the true damage, going to be enough.
Yeah. Didn't proc the Aftershock until later. Wanted to wait until the Haymaker was going to come out there. Just pretty dire. Once you get caught by Set in that position, you're pretty much dead a lot of the time, even with the exhaust used there by Delight. As here they go again, trying to invade on the Hecarim, trying to take away farm if possible. The one thing is that Hecarim is farming just fine. Of course, he wasn't there for the bottom side play. As a trade in the top side, Rascal thinking about it here. The damage nearly coming out, but the mist will be used and repositioned. So Morgan just going to go for a back here.
Now, if you use the Charm and aren't able to get damage done early before Distortion is available, you can see the LeBlanc can trade back as well, as we just saw there. And with the mana advantage that Arya has, Lava taking Ignite. Hold that thought.
They're getting pretty aggressive here. Umpty is here this time as the Chomper's pretty nice. It's a straight up 3-on-3, but Ari has the priority just barely, just because position on the map as Lava's trading aggressively. Gonna miss the Charm. Still a 3-on-3 going here. KT really trying to push the issue.
I just want to keep Jinx away from the farm as much as possible if they can, and they're successful at it. The Charm missing means that Lava cannot win that exchange. It's very low on mana. Does have Ignite, mind you, so it's going to look for it.
And that's not the
not
right one.
Yeah. Oh, no. It's another point in the Umpty for POG for game 1. No, I'm just kidding. This is completely unrelated.
I agree, Wolf.
No.
I agree.
I wanted to make a terrible joke, but
it was a good joke. I liked it.
Aw, thanks. It's completely unrelated to game 1. There's another flash from Life. Hex flash forward. The observers know this is where the action's happening.
Uh-oh. The Light's in a little bit of trouble. He is going to proc that Aftershock at a good part this time, but it's still another favorable trade here for the KT bottom lane. And, you know, Umpty, he wish he could just sit there and be a horse and farm in the jungle, but that's not his game right now, as Henna's going to get dove. And Delight is going to go down here as well. Double kill to aiming, as here comes Umpty. He gets one. Not quite level 6, but he should get 2. The sweep with the Q will be enough, as Umpty is up a level here.
Yeah, and if those minions die, I don't know how close he is to 6, but Cuz, I don't know if you win this fight even without it.
No, he's going in. 1E? Oh, he's not going to commit to it.
He's not close to 6 because you could tell Cuz is at 4. And actually, I look at his
very
experience
close,
bar. He was in fact close.
Couple of kills. He's ahead on farm, but just barely not enough.
He's massively ahead on farm. He's basically straight up a whole level up. And that's what Hecarim does, but also turns that bottom side into a win for Fred Brion. So looked great. At the end of the day, it's pretty fantastic for the bottom matchup because aiming picks up those kills, as you mentioned, and still denies some CSs. We're not done here. Umpty hitting 6 faster, as we've been talking about, is ready for the follow-up. Has a control ward here.
No summoners on the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's still unseen.
You can just go in on this one. You get the root. Here comes the horse as he is over the wall. That's enough damage as he will get the sweep on aiming, and that is the kill into the hands of Henna. Umpty just gigantic this time around.
This is why Lava.
Pretty low, and nearly gets the term under the turret there. I think he was really playing with fire, trying to bait that one. And speaking of which, he will live.
He does live, just barely. Will have to flash, and of course is teleportless with this Ignite start. This is going to cost him some time, but luckily for Frederick Breon, they do have enough control of the bottom side after that bottom side play onto the Aphelios to grab Drake. The first Drake of the game will be traded for Rift Herald here, though, with Arya having control of the Lave. And forcing that back.
This is a great read by KT.
Yeah, KT know that they could force this issue super hard, and Delight buys a lot of time because he is Nautilus, so gets that root, and aiming, taking 2 turret shots here means that they cannot actually turn this and win this. And Cuz is also a little bit outpaced. Now this is why right now in 2022, with no teleports top, you take junglers that can go over the wall. And Nautilus hook, once again, hits just enough damage. Umpty's like, I'm Hecarim, I'm over the wall, and that's a dead Aphelios.
He didn't even hit the hook. He just used it to get close and then used his passive.
He got the root.
Yeah. It's as you're trying to point out here, it's Nautilus just being insane right now because of the amount of CC that he brings.
Could Leona have done that? No. Just saying.
You know, maybe at level 6.
At level 6, but not that particular.
Not level 5.
Not where Umpty at level 6 timing, you know, with the farm advantage he has. I feel very much that the Leona ban was not the correct choice here, but you could see a very different game. Obviously, against the set they decided to pick, the Leona was going to be a little bit more valuable in some of those early game fights, so that is probably the reason. But at the end of the day, Frederick Breon taking what was a really nasty deficit on the bottom side of the map there with those early kills going over to aiming and turning it around quite significantly. Now, I would still say that KT are in a pretty nice lead here. They do have the Rift Herald in their hands as well, so they could put a lot more gold down to that bottom side of the map. Aphelios may be able to get even some plates top side. And this is a game that's right now all about aiming. No longer all about Umpty, all about aiming now.
Yeah, it's a new episode, a new season of this TV show.
It does sound like a really, like the most 90s sitcom ever.
Yeah. Everybody is counting on aiming as the distortion forward, but Umpty's here. And you have an ult over the wall. That is a nice response from Arya, but you're just not getting away from both Ari and Hecarim. I mean, you thought Ari Lee Sin was oppressive. Like, this is even more, especially because Umpty's fed.
Yeah, we've seen so many, like, almost gymnast-style, like, escapes from Arya this season. And this time he almost gets away, but it's not enough. This is what I was talking about, though. The plates are going to go bottom side, so despite that pick in the mid lane, it freed up enough pressure for this to be a big drop. And Cuz has had a great game here in terms of where his mentality is, where he's going on the map, like his reads of the macro. Yes, he's not able to match Umpty on farm. That's just the nature of this matchup, nor is he able to match him on ganks. But he was able to, turn this objective into a big win. He rushed over to Rift Herald when they lost control of the Drake, so he's not like having an excellent game by any means, but his decision-making has been good enough, and he's furthering the lead that we have for aiming.
And Arya's been going for these aggressive, by the way, the clone there did block the Jinx rocket. That's a nice little touch. But yeah, he's been going for these aggressive distortions the entire game, so it was only a matter of time with no vision on the bottom side that Umpty was going to look for that, so really nice timing. I don't know what it is with Umpty. Some days it's like, oh, I'm just going to sit back and farm and my team's going to lose. And other days it's like, oh yeah, I'm just going to single-handedly carry the entire team with the help of Lava.
Yeah,
Shout out to the chairs.
It does feel that way, but in a game like this too, it's a lot about the matchup, right? And about how much control you have and how much pressure KT is pushing into you. Like, he's been given, like, both of his big successes, that we've pointed out, those 2 kills, was when they overextended bottom side for a huge play without knowing where he was, and then this play mid lane where Arya is distortioning forward without knowing where he is. Like, he's been given 2 opportunities, he punishes. In this game, it's more about punish, I think, than proactivity. And unfortunately for KT Rolster, their comp has to be aggressive because that's how they've put themselves forward here in this draft again, which is something, I personally am looking for a little bit less of, but at the end of the day, when you're playing this aggressively and Umpty is catching the ball in terms of the dodgeball, right, like, KT might be out. Now, a minute away from this next Drake fight here, KT definitely want to look for a fight for it. As long as nothing goes wrong before this, they should be able to have their 5v5 here. Putting aiming in the mid lane to just try to get some extra prio, controlling vision super hard, not letting Frederick Breon have the opportunity. to actually push this through. As this is very rare to put the Aphelios mid lane instead of top side. And I actually respect it for the power that it's going to bring to Drake control.
Umpty's out of control. He's messing up the minions under the turret. Zari can't farm him. But they are pushing down now on the bottom side. This won't be a Cloud Soul this time around.
Arya has teleport, and he's going to use it.
Yep, it's 13 minutes, so he actually has to go to the turret on the bottom side here. And not necessarily teleport forward, but he just needs to be here for the 5v5.
But you got to set up for this. Like, you teleport bottom and then don't fight for this. You have to fight for this. They lost control of the Drake.
Looks like they will. Delight is on the top side, so Rascal and Cuz getting free entry here. Umpty getting low, and there's the smite. It goes to Cuz as they're trying to get on top of Cuz. They will take him out. Rascal over the wall, but with the Gwen and the Hecarim, they're trying to get on top of Rascal. He's still alive and will finally go down, as it does look like a big team fight win here to the side of Frederick. Aiming, though, still alive. As now Aiming, trying to get some shots over the wall. He's even going to flash to try to get in on this as Life not going to get the engage. Morgan still on the run as the flash now comes in from Arya, and Morgan is totally fine.
And KT walk away with a Drake and a trade of kills here. The team fight was very disjointed for them, but you can see the power of disjointed fights for KT Rolster's comp. It still works out very often when you've got a LeBlanc, you've got the Set, right, who can live through basically anything, because that was a fight on two fronts for KT Rolster, as Life was trying to actually get onto the back line. So watch, on the right side of the fight here, Arya is trying to get the damage done, has to back away. And then Life, look at him come through here after Cuz gets the smite. He's blocked by Delight initially here, but actually gets on top of Delight and zones out Henna. Henna can't actually do damage in this fight. Life sacrifices his positioning here to make sure there's no AD carry for Frederick Brion. And then after that, they're like, okay, I think maybe we could turn this. We're very tanky. We can fight this over the wall. Aiming did enough. Like, Aiming did so much damage in that fight. Henna did nothing. And that's all because Life was on top of him from start to finish. So KT turned a really rough situation positioning-wise into what was a pretty successful fight and Drake take.
Yeah, and they're going to try to roll this into the second Rift Herald. Fred and Brion are here, and it looks like they want to go for a fight again. A lot of pick on their side. Teleport is coming in. Charm as well, but Arya is going to get out of there, it looks like. As where is the engage? Over the wall he goes, but the Blast Plant is going to stop that. Love that addition to the
You
Rift.
are the biggest Blast Cone fan.
I love it, yeah. Really adds to the experience here.
You just got to have more mobility in the League of Legends.
Yeah. But, you know, gets them out.
I know you don't like it that much, but
It's a Rift Herald to the side of KT.
It's also a little bit of push here for Rascal on the opposite side of the map. Still holds on to his now unleashed teleport. And for Umpty, I don't want to say that the Hecarim is kind of crested his, like where the sun is not setting, you know, the hourglass hasn't turned. But he does need to continue to try to use the lead that he has right now with this fast chem tank to actually continue to snowball the game into his favor, you know, taking away some of Cuz's camps. As, you know, the Hecarim will fall off in some of these later fights. Notice the big discrepancy in the AD carries we talked about with the early kills, but also just how well Life just straight up shut Henna out of that last fight was pretty massive. He just hasn't had the same impact right now. He's picked up 5 plates, grabbed that mid plate as his as well in the mid lane there. So yeah. He's really online here, and that's why I'm a little bit worried about the Hecarim's longevity in this game if he can't continue to control these next objective fights, the next Drake that comes up in particular.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something to look at, right? Because if it were Hecarim Rakan, I think you could say that even from behind, as I'm going to have to hold that thought, here comes Umpty going for the big engage. Over the wall he goes, but Life will survive. There's the hook. As Lava's looking for more, but gets himself into so much danger, and Cuz is a huge front line here for the side of KT as now Arya gets in. Umpty with a really nice dodge on the distortion.
He's going to get away.
Looks like it. This fight doesn't look like KT wants to end it, but I think this fight is pretty much over as the ult over the wall nearly kills Lava, but he will survive.
He does survive. This was a really nice fight for KT Rolster. They won it handedly, despite Umpty's really nice engage, because Life played it perfectly. He is able to turn that, puts up his Haymaker shield, and then KT looked to actually force the fight long term here. But this is the proactivity we were talking about. Like, Umpty took the words out of our mouths and like literally interrupted you making the point that he needs to do stuff like this as he's doing it. And then KT turned this really well. Life's playing so perfectly on this set, doing everything he needs to do, which is why he picks it so much and why he has such a great win rate on it.
Us too.
Yeah. And Umpty's Duke here is nice, but it's still a decisive win here for KT. And a lot of resources used. 2 summoners for Lava down as he survives this fight, just barely. And, you know, this means that KT basically have guaranteed Drake.
Yeah. And the point I was trying to make is that I think with Hecarim Rakan, you're going to feel pretty good that even from behind you can get very nice hard engages onto aiming. But with the Nautilus, you know, there is a Xin Zhao in the front, there's a Set in the front, and the hooks, they can hit the front target, but you don't want to hook either of those guys. So as long as the positioning is good from KT, I actually really like their positioning here because they have a relatively safe Aphelios, as long as, again, the positioning is good. If you get charmed, if you get hooked by Nautilus, if you're way in the front as Aphelios, you're not doing it right, you're going to lose the fight. But if aiming stays alive and they can peel well for him, they're in such a great spot right now.
They pushed the Rift Herald in, but they did not start the Drake early, and so by the time that Fred and Brion get here, they don't have a big enough advantage. Flank also coming through here.
Okay, the flash in from Delight, really trying to get onto aiming, but there's that front line for KT once again. The Haymaker is huge. Where is the damage, though? Aiming tries to put it in, but it's a little bit too little too late. As Zarya is getting into that back line, they do take out Lava, as here comes Umpty over the wall. A lot of low health bars here from Fred and Brion, but the last rocket is going to get the kill. As Rascal, the only one left alive here, not going to survive either. The triple kill for Henna, and they will pick up the fight.
So KT had a Rift Herald mid. They had mid prio. They were on the Drake first. They grouped up as 4 and then 5 on the River Brush next to mid lane instead of splitting to start Drake and controlling vision, fighting over wards as Fred and Brion approached. Because I think what KT were trying to decide before is, do I want to win a team fight or do I want to get the Drake? They did neither, and Umpty's angle here is perfect. He's coming completely around, and KT know this, so they actually back off to the red side of the map here, the red side of the jungle. It's a perfect engage coming through here from Life as best as he can, right? Like as much as he can try to turn this, but you're stuck on the wrong side of the map, and your Aphelios is just deleted. You don't have the ability to do that long-term damage with your main carry. And Rascal's the last one to die here because he's largely completely ignored throughout that fight and was on the opposite side trying to block Umpty out. But you can't block Umpty out. He's a Hecarim.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing consistent damage, but, I mean, at this point in the game, the Graves has a shield bow. You know, he's just sitting there. He's like, I wish I could do damage, but I'm not quite there yet.
The real part of that fight, though, I think, which wasn't shown in the replay, is what I was talking about before. KT had the opportunity to start and rush Drake faster or initiate harder in preventing Fred and Brion from actually getting through those chokes, and they made neither choice, which put them in the hardest place possible to actually take a team fight. I think part of that indecision was because Umpty was on a flank angle. They didn't know where he was. KT will be able to regroup up here and take this turret, it looks like. But actually, they're not going to get it. They're really starting to feel the pressure here, and that gold lead now goes to Fred and Brion, as was shown. It's about 1,000 in their favor, and this could be the turning of the tides.
Absolutely feels like it. I mean, a triple kill onto your Jinx that was behind and is somehow ahead on farm now. You're going to love that as Fred and Brion. I think just some of the tools and some of their engage plays that they have executed here have been clean enough to kind of dig their bottom lane out of the hole that it was in. The rest of the map was going very well for them. But now that Henna's online, this is a very different game. We'll have to see if, you know, again, if Life and Cuz can put up enough of a wall to try to stop this. But it is difficult, especially against the Fed and tanky Horse. You know, he loves to be flanked there with Rakan going in together as brothers, but I suppose he can do the job alone as well.
Yeah. Deadman's Plate going to give him a little bit more mobility. He's going to be able to chase better. He's going to hit harder. And this game for KT Rolster, we talked about how this could be defined by aiming, the lead he had, the advantage he had in terms of gold. I think now the one in the real driver's seat for KT is going to be Life, because he has to now peel against this Hecarim extremely well. He has to help deal with Delight's pressure, catch that depth charge again.
Oh no. This Aphelios is so sad.
And he tried. Life tried.
He was alone in the front. Life got there as, okay, nice little assassination onto the enemy AD carry. Feels like we're back in 2020 where AD carries didn't exist because they just kept getting dove over and over again. But yeah, both AD carries die. And I suppose Rascal also went down in the trade. So Frederick will trade up.
And look at how clear the advantage in vision is here for Frederick Brion. Every time Umpty finds a ward, he clears it. He's sweeping non-stop on cooldown, so he can actually find these back angles, these flanks, where he can get on top of aiming as he did. And Life is Aiming's bodyguard. He grabbed that horse as Aiming was down at like 10% health, but the follow-up engage here from KT was pretty clean. Like, okay, Aiming gets caught, Life's like, I got you, man, don't worry. This will survive a little bit longer. Cuz is coming over. We got to teleport into the mid lane. And KT are so desperately trying to turn this fight. We can win this if they use all of their tools on our AD carry, and he lives, but he doesn't live. If Aiming's walking through the rest of this fight with 10-15% of his health bar, you actually get a win in that team fight as KT, and perhaps that's the idea. Maybe that was the thought process. We get that Graves teleport in, but it's just too much proactivity again from the General. They have such a lead now in gold, 2,000 now. They've doubled it in the course of just one extra pick. And they're looking to get extra prio here now to grab 3 Drakes. The Infernal Soul point is within their reach.
Yeah, the Infernal Soul, a very important part of this game. It's why we're seeing so much pressure on the mid lane for both teams. It's part of why Aiming, you know, was out there farming. He's trying to get some close by, but also safe farm, but there's not a lot of safe spots here. So he really needs to pick and choose his spots as he is going to spot Rascal from the bottom side. Frederick Brion already setting up their barricade around this Drake.
You know, we often show that graph of AD carry item leads. Aria, that risky spot, he will get out. You know, where you see the one item lead. Like, we had that earlier, but now look at the inventories of Aiming and Henna. Both on that same BF crit cloak.
Okay, the charm is going to miss, and Life is absorbing a lot of the damage, but where is the follow-up from KT? The ult will go down onto the back line, and there is the follow-up from Frederick Brion. They really put them all in the trash in that fight. So 3 of them just get dunked on, and now Frederick Brion get the Infernal Drake as well.
This is a more, you know, flashy and big in-your-face version of the failed attempt to try to grab Lava last game. Remember when they looked for the Azir pick?
Yeah.
They looked for an opportunity, but they didn't have vision, and okay, this is just desperation.
There's no jungler over here for Frederick Brion.
I stole it!
Wow.
Ults to steal.
It wasn't even cuz.
No, it wasn't cuz, it was the ult coming through, but the reason why they do this is because it's a split play. At the end of the day, they stop the Soul Point, but they can't stop the Baron, and the Baron buff with this Hecarim is just insane with the amount of lane control they're going to have across the map. Oh, I mean, it's a good thing here for KT to get the steal. Maybe a solo kill for Rascal again? Not today.
Morgan's playing with fire, but he knows that the ultimate is down, so he will be okay to clear that out. But man, that was not sure why Frederick Brion continued on that Drake there.
I guess the idea is we're going to get both. We're going to try to force this. We want to buy a bunch of time, but this engage here from Life and the subsequent follow-up from KT to actually stay and look for this fight. Like, Life was kind of trapped, right? So he goes in to try to live. Maybe we can turn this, but you're not in a position to do that. Your AD carry is once again in a vulnerable spot. And Frederick Brion have such good chase. Like, you can't ever go in on this team from behind because they've got Charms, they've got a Hecarim, they've got a Gwen who's just going to become immune and rip through all of those health bars. Even a set is not safe. You know, will just be shredded in an instant.
Yeah.
It's just not a good call to make here, unfortunately. At least they stopped the Soul Point, but it's Baron buff now for Frederick Brion. And where can you ever farm as the Aphelios now? You're going to start falling behind.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, we get to see what Frederick Brion's comp can do against this Aphelios from ahead as well. Basically make his life a living hell. And yeah, I mean, he just has to sit there and try to survive, as we do have a deep teleport coming in from KT Rolster, but meanwhile their front line is being ripped to shreds here as Cuz will go down, and Arya he's in no man's land with that teleport. I mean, he's getting to the fight just now as his entire team is just gone. As maybe he can get the kill onto Delight here. The exhaust comes out, and he won't even get the kill onto the support. Frederick Brion, they're going to win this game.
They certainly are. It's now what was a gold deficit to a 900 gold lead to a 2,000 gold lead. It's now an 8,000 gold lead. KT just really dropped the ball on how to approach this mid game, how to keep their AD carry safe. And once they fell behind, the Hecarim was just scooping up opportunities from behind enemy lines nonstop because they never had vision. And Aiming went from 3-1, massive lead, item advantage, to an item behind, and 5-5. So once again here, the positioning for KT is just so reliant on, oh, we got a set here. We could turn this right. Pressing guard comes through, they turn onto the light. Aiming's got a big ult. I think that's too far behind. Rascal is also untouched in this team fight. It just doesn't matter. And Aria, like you said, he comes in super late on the wrong side of the team fight. You're too far behind. The Hecarim is too tanky. You just can't win these unless you get a huge advantage first. Like the wallets are heavy. Like we don't say that, you know, all too often anymore these days because it's not a meta that's always defined by it. In this game, it really is. At this stage, Fred and Brian are just too ahead. Look at the items for Umpty.
Yeah,
it's just crazy.
Sometimes the comps don't matter, is the way I like to put it. Sometimes you just have so much gold that you just, you could play 5 Teemos, you could play 5 Heimerdingers, and you probably still win the game. And yeah, Fred and Brian are in that position right now as long as they don't make any big mistakes. Henna's doing a lot of running around alone. That kind of makes me feel uncomfortable for his life, at least.
But Aria can't, he can't punish. Like, Aria can't step across the equator, right? Like, the midpoint of the map, he will never get near unless he's teleporting really late to a fight, you know, behind enemy lines and missing the entirety of the action because there's a Hecarim that can catch him. There's an Ahri that can catch him. The Ahri is ahead massively. Like, we're talking about 0-3-3 versus a 6-1-7, an Ahri that's a level up right now, probably close to 2. And so as Aria, you can't even look to like try to pick Henna here. You know, if he was ahead, he could go, oh, okay, I can dodge the Nautilus. He's not going to be able to auto me. Maybe I could put this Jinx down to half health and I come back a second time. I kill him. But he knows where Henna is, and he's like, well, I can't be anywhere near that because I have no idea where the rest of the team is. And the vision control is beautiful here for Fred and Brian, back-to-back, both games here. And Henna's almost just like a bait for KT that they won't take because they know they have no control over this game. They know they have no opportunities. But this is not like last game where it's an Ezra where you can just sit back and farm and hope to win the Elder fight. You don't even get that chance this time. You're too low range.
3,500 gold ahead in the jungle. Again, just massive leads being pulled out here by Umpty. And, you know, it goes back to the beginning. As we were talking about, everything was so good for KT. I mean, Umpty was pathing to the top side. He kind of left his bottom lane just to get dove in the very early game. He's like, okay, I lost my bottom side blue buff. Here you go, cuz you can have it. But then he comes back at the perfect time. It's like he knew. He's like, okay, you guys are going to suffer for the first 5 minutes, but I'll be there when it matters. And he got fed, and then he set up more plays, and then KT kind of fell apart. It was looking good for them in the early game, I think. But
it really it was. And there were some errors, like Delight getting caught by that first flash face breaker. Like, you've got to know the range of that. You knew where the set was. Some small mistakes for Fred and Brian gave them because they are so good at this Aphelios set lane. We've seen it way too many times, I would argue. But it's how do you get past that? Like, do you overextend? Do you take your advantage and try to put it elsewhere on the map? Do you try to send the Aphelios top side really quick? They send it mid, right? They put him in vulnerable spots. Like,
I guess they overextended would be the one that they win for this time.
Because Aiming is a player who will carry given the opportunity to. We've seen this so many times from him, right? Across multiple regions, across his entire career as a pro gamer. He's a veteran. And he just wasn't given the same amount of support. He's up against somebody who's been so proactive. And even though Life has been his bodyguard all game long, has been following him around, has been trying to turn these, trying to peel these into a big team fight win. And when you have a lot of goals as Aphelios, sometimes you feel, Morgan will get over the wall here. Sometimes you feel as the Aphelios when you're fed, like, oh, if Life is with me and he face breakers, I do so much damage, I just kill that guy. Like, nobody can pick me. I'm actually the one who's going to get the kill. But not when it's so well coordinated like what Fred and Brian did. And, you know, I'd love to see the gold graph between Aiming and Henna specifically, actually just the two of them, to see how much of a big difference it is.
It's a wild ride.
Yeah, the turn.
That one. And, yeah, free Baron here for Fred and Brian. This is, of course, not flippy at all, which is normally what you would expect from them. They are just so far ahead that they're just going to scoop this one up. And they've been a bit patient with how they do win these ones. You know, game one wasn't just, okay, we win at 22 minutes or anything like that. They can definitely try to get some inhibitors with this Baron and then just go back and get Infernal Soul and win that way if they'd like. I think that's definitely the safe way. As, by the way, Lava does have 18 stacks on his Magi Soul Stealer.
Yeah. Casually, we didn't really mention that part.
Yeah.
But that's also a problem.
So, sometimes talking about how fed the Fed guys are can be a little bit too on the nose.
They're very full. It's been a good meal. KT rolls here in game 2.
Reminds me of Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Be a little bit sleepy after this one, perhaps.
Yeah.
Might be taking a nap on the van ride home. KT has been so up and down this season, but it's been more down as of late, and this is no exception, unfortunately, just getting completely outclassed here.
Yeah, ㅣ2022 showing up today, which is good to see. Definitely taking KT very seriously, which I like to see. Umpty was very proactive. Lava was very proactive. Delight also, fantastic games from him. Just everything kind of running on all cylinders, going very well here for ㅣ2022, which is nice to see in their side. So they're going to use this Baron, try to get these inhibitors. Here's the engage. That's actually a lot of damage that does come out from the Aphelios as Umpty will go down in the backside, but so will Life. The two engage champs are down, and sometimes the wallets just smack you in the head. That is kind of what happened there as Morgan will bop Rascal on the head with the kill. Down go the two inhibitors, the two that were left.
Yep.
So now they can push in for the win.
Easy peasy here. Looking for the flash forward to get that ult onto Cuz.
Yeah. So annoying. Buys so much time. The Aphelios does not get to play as the charms won't land, but they'll still get all the kills. That is a clean 2-0 from ㅣ2022. Actually, not much to see here. No. You know, not even a joke. Like ㅣ2022, super clean. It was definitely showed up today.
It was a really good look for Umpty. Lava getting to play a champion that empowers Umpty too means that, you know, some of the strong points on this roster work together to turn Game 2's small deficit into a massive success. And, you know, the analogy I use in esports a lot, right? Catching the dodgeball. Because sometimes it's not about how hard you throw the ball. If your enemy catches it, you're out, right? And that's kind of what we saw here for ㅣ2022. They dealt with the aggression. The overextensions were punished repeatedly over and over again. And Umpty was given opportunities, was given gifts, right? Even the pick he got onto Arya in the mid lane where he distorted forward just one too many times when the Hecarim was a little bit too nearby, and they got punished. KT rolls through a team that their identity is so clear, right? It's so obvious how they want to play. And even when they showed us a different style of drafting in Game 1, they got punished there. And maybe games like that are what stops Hirai from drafting the Ezreal, or drafting late game carries, or playing a slower game, moving away from the life set, because it hasn't worked for them this season. But what is working for KT is not a whole lot. And it starts to feel dire, because this is one of their biggest competitions for making playoffs, is ㅣ2022, and they just got destroyed. Like, this game wasn't close. Like you said, it was 2-0, nothing to see here. And now KT fans, after what was such a great start to the season, what was such a hopeful start to the season, might be going playoff-less again.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. They did pick up some a decent amount of wins in the beginning of the season. They're currently 5-7. So their standing is still okay, but definitely this loss is a tough one to swallow for them. As Umpty always leading his friends, his teammates, back to the coaching booth, back to the win.
We are getting close, Valdez, to the final stretch. Like, we're not in last 2 weeks or anything like that territory.
We're almost at the 2/3 mark, by the way. At the end of this week, we'll be 2/3 of the way through spring.
Exactly. So we are getting to the point to where, you know, how you perform at the end of a season is always more important than how you do at the beginning, because, you know, you're going to be on form to do your best in playoffs. If you can make it there, you will be able to, you know, hopefully guarantee your spot in playoffs in those critical matches. And this series from ㅣ2022 gives me hope for the ㅣ2022 fans that, you know, maybe the squad actually has their chance this time. Like, maybe this is their season. If they can continue to play like this in a meta that's great for Umpty, because remember, his Hecarim was very good in the Hecarim meta last year, too.
Yeah. Lee Sin is great.
I mean, Lava is getting to play several champions that were a little bit less meta, and now starting to become very relevant. The Ahri, the Veigar. And also, Delight has just really come into his own. Like, suddenly this player is, I think, you know, as we talked about earlier, arguably the most consistent piece of this roster, and that's so important in a meta where you can get the Nautilus and just pop off. It's definitely a happy day for the ㅅ2022 fans. As happy as it is for them, it's a tragic one for KT.
Yeah. You know, again, the one thing I will say is that I wish we got to see this ㅅ2022 every time. You know, because I think there are times where we watch them and it's like, man, you looked so good last week. What happened this week? It happens when Umpty's feeling good, he's proactive. Lava's feeling good, he's proactive. When Delight's hitting all his hooks.
You know, just look at the minimap in moments like this. There's just no vision whatsoever for KT anywhere. There are deep control wards around this red buff, And so KT are trying to desperately make plays like this, trying to set ult in. Like, he's caught, so he's trying to ult. We can turn this, but you can't. But you don't know that, but there's no way for you to get vision.
오케이.
And you're just up a creek without a paddle. Maybe that's the new rock in a hard place.
Yeah, I like that one. Down on your luck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's another good one. Let's bring back the oldies but goodies. Just listening in. Focus to the end.
Colin Aphelios has no flash. Look at the hype.
So
Lava
happy.
is so excited, man. Well, this team worked together so well, like a machine. And so when we see teams with gold graphs like this, where they turn the game at their points, or their strongest point, they have like a very even damage share. That's when you know, like, this is one of those games where Fredit Brion, every player was on the same page. There was no problem in comms. There was no disconnect. You love to see it.
Yeah, really great stuff. Fredit Brion, they took their shot, and I think they found a KT that was down on their luck. And it's funny that Aphelios got the most damage anyway by the end of that game somehow. Maybe because Fredit Brion's damage was so spread, as you mentioned. But guys, we are going to hand it over to the carpet, space, and analyst chairs, so enjoy what they have to say.
Thank you so much, Valdez, and this is indeed some analytical chairs and a collaborative carpet space. You are absolutely correct. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was an early game that looked, from a layman's perspective, that it was going to go well for KT, and then it absolutely didn't, because sometimes the LoL King steps back and lets his general do the work, you know?
A lot of work being done. I personally think we should learn that Aphelios is a really strong pick. Picking it into Jinx and Hecarim might not be the call. This is, I know, controversial opinion.
That sounds absolutely insane.
But honestly, we should at some point learn the lesson that while as strong as the pick is, you can't just keep picking it into anything. And this was definitely a situation where I think that it got punished extremely appropriately. Rest of the draft for KT, I think, was okay. Obviously, life on his set is always going to be a little bit hit or miss. Was able to find the early kill. For Fredit Brion, I don't think we see any surprises. I think that they left themselves a little bit open to a Jace counter pick from Rascal, but that wasn't the direction clearly that KT wanted to go into, which I think might have given them at least a pressure point.
I think it's kind of okay considering the fact that his Graves has been pretty powerful. It was the only sort of shining light that we saw in game one. So you can understand, like, based on a confidence perspective, you kind of get it.
It's not necessarily criticism as much as I don't think it really would have mattered had there been a Jace instead of Graves here. Just we're looking for small optimizations when what we really need to get into is the meat and potatoes, which is of course the actual gameplay, because that is where I thought that KT with the level 1 was looking, as we were saying while watching it, really good.
Yeah, exactly. They had the early invade there towards that bottom side, and you can understand the idea, right? Early game jungler, invade him, make sure that he can't get that power clear happening so that Hecarim can get the tempo advantage. But as you're about to go into, Umpty navigated the situation just beautifully.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, because in theory, picking away that blue buff is going to do a lot for the enemy team, because with Hecarim, you're really reliant on actually power clearing, hitting 6 earlier, being at fights early, and just having a lot of time on the map as fast as you are.
Well, let's we can actually go over it right now. We can bring it up. Umpty's popping on your screen right here, and this is how he reacted to the early.
They know, right? They know that the blue buff is being taken. So what Umpty does is he immediately goes bot side to make sure that it's not a vertical jungling situation. Right? That's a really big risk that you run into, and then it's not the end of the world, but you're really a little bit reliant on your prio. Here, he skills E hurt, and usually we hate that because it's Hecarim, you want to power clear, but note what is happening here. Umpty actually using the E, gank doesn't happen, but that doesn't matter because Umpty is only looking to clear this entire top side. Here you see the speed of Hecarim come into fruition. The key thing here, what we're going to look at in a little bit, is that Cuz effectively flips away the lead that he built up in an attempt to get a kill on Hannah. If Hannah just respects, which he does, the entire lead is gone, and Umpty just now is level 5. He actually got like 3 jungler for this, because this kill from the light, this is great. But look at what Cuz is doing. Cuz is attempting to get a
Double
punish
down,
kill here.
yeah.
Yeah, to double down and to get a kill, but instead that doesn't happen. Hecarim hits level 5 of his first clear, and like from that point onward, as he should, takes full control of this game, and I thought it's just a really nice example of both the presence of mind that has, what you might do if you get invaded level 1 in a situation like that, utilization of the prio in mid and top, and also KT, again, like flipping a little bit too much in the early game.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an unfortunate situation there for KT. Cuz really got ran around, but I really like highlighting the fact that this is a Fred and Brion that are playing so much better. They're playing around their compositions. They're also bringing Morgan in the starting position. It's been a lot of 3-game series where they drop the first game, Morgan gets subbed in, then they win, and then unfortunately it's not enough to get them through the final game. But this time around, Morgan back-to-back victories, and I think we're starting to see a solid roster come together, that power of friendship that we're looking for. And speaking of which, we have our final highlight here, where we can illustrate what the power of friendship can give.
This was the back-breaking fight. It is the light that starts it all off, and another reason why I keep going back to this Aphelios, aiming gets to do very little. Infernum ultimates this early into the game don't really provide you with that much, and he gets not ulted at the beginning of the fight and is not able to do anything, right? And that's not really up to him. That's not a slight at aiming, who I think, together with Rascal, are just feeling really bad about this entire turn of events because it felt like they had very little control over what to do. But Hannah picks up a triple, and that's the end of the game. Like, Jinx is fed, there's enough front line, and you're just never, ever going to win the game from that point on.
And it's exactly what we talk about with the Aphelios early picks, with the fact that he just gets straight up outranged by a lot of these compositions, and Jinx was definitely the example. But it's time to give the General his just rewards as we bring up our player of the game. Absolutely no question, picks this one up, intelligent pathing, great play, gets rewarded for being a smart player, and you absolutely love to see it.
Really well done. From start to finish, we already highlighted the early pathing. And in addition to that, I think he played the fight very, very nicely. And even, again, like, look at this. He's up a level on Cuz. His blue buff got invaded, level 1, right? And he's still strong enough, comes off a fresh base here to pick up a double. And then from that point onwards, sure, he's not the Conqueror Hecarim, which at this point would have really taken over the game. And I'm going to keep going back to that, as you know.
Don't worry, I will too.
But the beauty, of course, of this phase rush Hecarim is that you see that it still provides so much backline threat. The tankiness, while not as good as an actual tank, together with the Nautilus and the lead that they have, still more than enough to keep him sustained throughout all of these fights. And he is everywhere. He needs to be all of the time. And that is Fred and Brion at their best. It's when the General, the Law King, the Light, it all comes together. Lord Morgan, of course, was also there. And I am happy. I was going to make a joke about Wolf. Maybe, you know, maybe we could get the lava vote this time.
Someone threw him a bone. Someone threw Wolf a
did.
bone. They're like, you're not the only one that's going to be the one out of the 13. But both the LoL King and the General cannot be unanimously voted in. Thankfully, this is a democracy. So it might sound like a monarchy, given the fact that it is kings, generals, lords. This, however, it's not democracy, so majority rules. As we are going to go over to the king and the general themselves. So here's Jason for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the POG interview translation, joined by and Lava from Freddy Brion. Congratulations on breaking your losing streak. How do you feel? Recently, you know, we've been losing 1 and 2 a lot, so pretty depressed, but still, with this clean 2 victory, we'll be able to kind of boost up our confidence. What about you, It feels great because it's not only a simple 2-0. It's more about, you know, my redemption game for Hecarim or other jungle picks that a lot of people have been criticizing on. So proved himself on some new picks as well. Yeah, just like Lava mentioned, we had a lot of 2-0 loss on the side of Freddy Brion, and a lot of people actually was questioning your late game play and macro. To be honest, we weren't too bothered about those comments, you know. You know, because the Jinx was all about, you know, us just losing the first game a lot. So we weren't too worried about it, and we were able to kind of come back stronger. And today, you guys started off with a win in game number 1. Azir and Ari is a matchup that actually Azir favors a little bit. I have never played this matchup, so I had no idea. And a lot of people said it's gonna be really tough, but it wasn't really that hard for me. And with the lane prior you secured, you guys were able to have a lot of actions with the roam coming from lava. After I got fed, I was pretty sure that I can just set up for any kind of plays. And Ari's back on the meta after a very long while, so could you tell us how to utilize this champion with this skill updates? With DM updated, you know, cooldown resets, you should play by having a lot of fights. But I heard you never played it after the rework. Or before the rework. Because I thought that was so bad. But after the patch, she's pretty good. She's pretty OP. And Freddy Brian had 14k gold lead in the end of game number 1. So how do you feel about the game 1 performance in general? It was clean, it was okay, but we could have been a little bit more aggressive and proactive, just like we did in game 2. So I think we have to go back to the drawing board and watch the VODs and kind of review what actually happened. And you had back-to-back Ari games, Lava, and game 2 it was Xinjiao LeBlanc, which is not the best kind of situation for Ari to pop off. Was there any other options that you considered for the mid lane? I got a few, you know, but still I was confident playing Ari, and also Ari still looked like a good answer. We were able to see Ari for 2 games in a row, but then we had a little bit of switch up in the jungle pick from Lee Sin to Hecarim, a champion that is actually climbing up the tier list. I think the champion itself is really good, but still he has a bit of a weaknesses, so it's really difficult to actually play that perfectly and correctly. Then I want to ask you about the win rate on the champions as well, especially Hecarim. I think it all matters. It all comes down to how they play it, you know. Maybe the comp was not wrong for Hecarim, or the way they played around Hecarim was the problem. But still, Freddy Brion was able to secure a victory on the back of the horse. And the analyst desk was so amazed by Freddy Brion's progress they have made after having a bit of a losses. It all comes from the practice. You know, we have been working so hard. Everyone was just grinding, and not only me, but Hannah or Delight, they have been playing a lot of solo queues. They have been working so hard, and it finally pays off. What about you, Lava? I think also played a great game. What do you think? What do you think? After game number 1, I told him, I thought you were Kenyan. And I think that's the best compliment, you know? What was your reaction? I mean, Kenyan is a great player. I do respect him, like Peanut, and I mean, I respect all the junglers in the LCK. But it's a comparison, to be honest. So I was a little bit, you know, questioning his comment. I mean, it was a praise, you know. Himself is a great player, and you did pop off in both 2 games. And Freddy Brion is still in the playoffs contention. I think winning the next match will be so crucial, so we will do our best in order to grab another win. Just like Lava said, you know, next match, I hope I can play as good as Kenyan. I will do my best. Thank you. And this will be the end of the interview from the Freddy Brion players, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun. And yeah, we're on the screen for a little bit early, but that's absolutely fine. Great to hang out with both the King and the General. A bit of trolling one another there as well towards the end. I think Umpty's the best Umpty, and that's all he needs to be. Let's bring up the standings and see what this has changed for Freddy Brion and for KT. KT, unfortunately, just moving further and further away from that playoff spot that they did occupy earlier on in the season, and are now equal 7th with Fred Brion.
All I'm seeing is that final playoff spot is heating up. We get deeper and deeper into the split, and these are exactly the type of matches that down the line might mean a lot, because I honestly think Nongshim should still bounce back, make a run for it. But Liv Sandbox, Hanwha Live, these teams have also shown that they can take random wins off of anyone. So honestly, can't wait to see who actually clinches it.
Yeah, exactly right. Liv Sandbox in 6th place is something that I was not expecting, so things absolute turbulence at the bottom of the standings. But we're going to head to the top of the standings, the very, very tippy top, the peak, one could say, after a considerable break, as T1 will be taking on Hanwha Live Esports to see whether they can continue their winning streak. We'll see you there.
정지현 너 나와.
형 꺼져. 쇼메이커랑 하러 가.
아이 농담하는 거지. 오케이 여기까지. 근데 루시안이 좀 세. 쇼메 형 루시안 봤잖아. 뭐야? 아예
들었지? 똑똑히 들었지? 꺼져. 꺼져.
아 빨리 와. 아 빨리 아무나 와. 그러면 나 혼자 뭐해? 빨리 오셈.
좋아.
6렙 찍고 싸우자.
알았어.
어땠어 지훈아? 닦였지?
아니 그냥 내가 화나서 어흥했는데.
그럼 이거는?
그럼 이건 뭐야?
나 이득 봤는데?
그래? 뭐야 W 이거 W가 끝났네?
안 되지 지훈아. 한 번 더?
아니 뭐해? 아니 뭐해?
한 번 안 준대?
아니 당연하지 내가 물약 빨았으니까.
아 나 지금 하기 싫어 게임. 나 못하는 것만 해. 너 잘하는 거 하고. 나 랭크 안 해봤잖아 평소에. 이럴 건 왜 하자 했어 1대1. 정지현 너 나와. 아 빨리 와.
우리 2대 0으로 이긴 적 있나?
샌드박스.
유일하게 승리해서 2대 0이야.
긴장한 사람.
저요. 항상 긴장하면서 게임해요 전.
지금은 김장철도 아닌데 뭐 김장을 하고 있어.
타워 밀자 이거. 르블랑? 리신 노플.
나 뺄 수 있어.
포탑 밀게. 노틸 먼저. 요새. 나이스.
여기 가보고 싶긴 한데 나도 눈치 보는 중. 여기 가볼게 이제.
나 바텀 미는 중. 여기.
내려.
리신 봐봐.
르블랑.
나안 가도 되지? 나 안 간다.
라이트 안 죽는다 얘들아. 라이트 안 죽는다.
나 쉴드 있어. 나 죽을게 그냥. 나 늦었어. 일단 이거 살리는 게 맞는 것 같아.
나 F 쓸게. 너 아까 나 괴롭혔지? 고얀 놈.
잘해보자. 나이스. 우리가 그래도 데프트 징크스 패배에 남겼다.
47승 5패 됐다 이제.
이거 볼게 형.
오케이 노플. 나이스.
봐줄게. 오케이.
홍재 그런 거 좋아.
오케이 좋아요.
레어나 노플. 야 징크스 딜 못하게. 징크스 노플.
얘도 노플. 잡아줘. 작업 끝내. 바텀 얘들아 바텀으로 가자.
야 목줄. 죽여. 얘들 얼마나 승리야 제발. 나이스.
너무 좋아.
나 트래픽 먹었어.
미안해 데프트 형 너무 잘한다. 괜찮아. 저기도 잘해.
나이스.
나이스.
Try and maybe look for the defense here, as we can see now. Flash burn, but Flash immediately responded there by Tarzan. But now Xiaohu is here. The Stormbreaker comes down. That's Tarzan picking up the first kill. The flash from Gala doesn't keep him safe, and Tarzan stays alive. The triumph of LNG. We wanted to see what you could do, and you did not disappoint.
Give me some victory 5, man. Give me some victory 5.
They're in good spots. Rich now. He's moving away. They're looking for it. Kars is running.
Kars is making the play, needs to drop the control ward immediately. The TP's come up through. Bin desperately trying to stop what he can. The rest of the team, TP and back. It's going to be onto the Nexus though. And B5, the Kars the hero play makes it happen. They're going to get TP'd on now. I mean, Perk's just TP top. Curtain call now coming out. Maorang on the backside fighting Selfmade. Larson in the midst of the team. Selfmade now going to get pulled back. His ult goes in, but he's only hitting Maorang. Carzzy on the backside of the fight, but that's the jungler going to go down. Alfari in the midst of the fight now too, but Rogue are standing 5 members strong. Rogue eyes on the prize, not focusing on the kills, not focusing on the champions, worried instead about the Nexus. Rogue secure their place in the LEC playoff. Round one's coming out. Gold card going to stop it. Upset with the slow to follow. Hylissang going to dash in, and it's all too easy. Tied with Misfits for second place is G2 are 4th down to 4th. Vengeance after the last best of 1 win arrive. Fnatic will take the win.
I mean, in the standing wise, I think we're doing okay right now, and I think we're all really good players. And in theory, I think we should be able to win everything.
Fighting top.
I think just keep lanes actually.
Keep lanes. I think we got it ourselves.
Yeah, top is 1v1.
No flash.
Nice,
bro. Top die.
Top die.
Go ham, and then you can kill everyone.
Summit makes his way into the fight now. Your son. Summit has found the angle, but Summit has not found the kill until now. He will crush Tactical. He will follow under Spica, and Cloud9 has made their way through this game. No matter how high you climb, if you can't reach the summit.
We also need to talk about the ruler renaissance, because that man is also playing so much better than he has in the past. Yeah.
Not again. Oh, man. Oh, he misses that 3rd shot, but he's not going to miss the 4th one. That's the Jin special.
Deft and the boys. Holy crap, that was so much fun to watch.
Really closing in on them like a crocodile. Really nice hook comes in, and down will go Pyosik. Dudu, though, taking a ton of damage. Steph is still alive, and look at this. He's just raining hell down on everybody. Dudu gets taken down. There's no front line anymore, and Deft has done it.
the sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We
just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws.
Hold on in the light, walked away, sail on with the free, wouldn't see the flood, the fear, wash out through my veins, the oil, the bones of my trepidation. Let's shake the we survive. Oh, alive. I'll take you out for
seems to be true. It's heartbreaking and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures.
the bones of my trepidation. Let's shake the we survive. Oh, alive. I'll set you up for
Welcome back, guys. We are here for the second match of the night. It will be Life Esports up against T1. And on paper, you would look at this and say, well, T1 undefeated. They are the huge favorites coming into this. But unfortunately for Life Esports, they also had to call up some of their challenger players here due to some COVID issues. And this means we could be in for a bit of a bopping here, Wolf.
That is the expectation, 100%. T1, of course, having their 2-0 win over Damwon Kia earlier in the week. So sometimes you do get, checked by some of these weaker teams here in the LCK when you prepare for a tough match and you're not as prepared for the easy one, so to speak. But I don't know if that's going to happen tonight based on the emergency call-ups and stuff that we're going to get into here shortly. Usually when this happens, it's with the strong opponent second in the week, and the team is still preparing for that, and they end up getting caught in their first best-of-3 of the week. But T1 already have that win. They've come off of that 2-0. Mentality's got to be great. You're going into maybe 12-0 tonight. Our last series was one-sided. I thought it was going to be a little bit closer. This one,
yeah.
The expectation is it'll be more one-sided than what we just watched earlier, sadly.
Yeah. Frederick came swinging tonight. KT did not, and that led to 2-0. We'll see about this one, though. We're going to look at the points of the match and jump a little bit deeper into this one. So Sunbeat and Bout, our emergence call-ups here. Onfleek, Samdi, and Vista from the main roster are gone. Life in crisis. How will they do against T1?
Yeah, they had a breakout actually earlier this week, like at the very beginning of week 6, and then it was, it spread, right? Vista and Onfleek ended up testing positive, I believe yesterday, actually, they announced this morning. So this was a very last-minute call, but it's not like they had time to prepare. They already had Chunny here, of course, playing in the bottom side, and he will be playing here again. So this is very much not the Life Esports that we have come to know in 2022, but in fact more of a challenger's flavor. As T1 right now are on the cusp of records, right? A win tonight would tie them with Griffin's 12 wins in a regular season. And then their only one that stands in their way is themselves, the 2015 summer 14-win streak for SK Telecom.
And I think I was talking with Atlas about this one, but it actually, if you look outside of the split as well, that 2015 summer roster from SKT, at the time, it extended with some wins at the end of the spring season as well. So I think it's something like 18 or 19
I think it was
wins.
19, yeah.
Something ridiculous like that. So if we're only looking at splits, obviously the max at this point is 18 wins. I think back then it was like 16, not 100% sure, but definitely on the cusp of the records. And this T1, I mean, they look heads above everybody right now.
And Faker, the greatest of all time, he was able to take his 700th LCK game, is 16 kills away from hitting 2,500. A lot of milestones for some of our older players. Deft, of course, just cresting these as well, these same records, so are very similar records. And Faker is just all ahead of everybody else right now. And as I mentioned the other day, he's my front runner for season MVP at the moment. I think he's had a fantastic season. And I think last year, he was more of just, we were like, well, he's doing great shot calling. Look at how he's doing with these young players. Now, individually, as an individual player, he is playing top tier games. So this one's going to look a little sad if you put those numbers next to each other.
Yeah, I think, they could have chose more numbers, but we went with 4 this time so that the graph doesn't look too empty.
I think the big one, obviously, is that Life Esports, as we talked about in their last matchup against Sandbox, is they have good Herald control. They are able to do that very well in terms of both first Herald and just overall Herald control. They do control those pretty well. They're second, in fact, only to T1, who have nearly 70% Herald percentage right now. T1's macro is the best in the business, the best in the LCK at the moment, and I don't think anyone really comes close. I'd say Genji is the closest, but still, in terms of macro, T1 right now, they do not trade down ever.
Yeah.
Here's this here's this roster.
Yeah.
It's not the normal.
We had the meme video with, who are these players, with Atlas doing the voiceover for Chronicler's stream. But actually, once again, you guys might be looking at this and say to yourself, who are these players? And they are very talented challengers level players that are coming up here. And it's a big opportunity for them. Imagine you're in the seat of Sunbeat or Bout and you're like, oh man, I get called up to play against T1, the undefeated team. Like, you might be part of history if you get a win or if you have a good performance, you know. It's a huge opportunity for them as well.
We saw Bout, you know, on the stage just a moment ago, the last player to walk out there. Like, he had a visible chill go through his body. Like, you could tell he was shaking on the stage because not only are you playing your first match of LCK as Bout, right? Chunny, you're playing your second, and Zombie, he's playing his first. You're playing against the greatest player of all time. You're playing against a T1 that is looking for their 12-0. Like, you could not have been more out of the frying pan, because, by the way, Hanwha Life Esports, one of the weakest rosters right now in Challengers. You could not go from the frying pan to the fire any harder than actually walking into this matchup tonight when T1 are on the most momentum they've had since I started casting. They're only beaten by Griffin and their own record for SK Telecom of 2015 in streaks. This team is coming tonight, and I don't know if you could have a more one-sided storyline going into the best of three, and it's unfortunate for the Hanwha fans, it's unfortunate for the Hanwha roster, but this is the reality we are walking into right now in our second best of three tonight, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you guys, right? These Tunny, Bout, Zombie, they are not great in terms of win rates right now. This is not the DRX Challengers roster, right? It is going to be a tough one. I think that's kind of underselling it.
Absolutely. And not only that, but of course, we do have T1, the most popular team here. The studio is, the arena is filled with their fans, you know? So it makes it even harder, as very interesting pictures of Cloud Templar there, or Cloud Templar. That's, yeah, one of our casters that we do have here. I don't think he's casting today.
No, I don't think so. He has obviously has COVID at the moment. So.
He's, yeah, hopefully he does feel better. And, you know, you were talking about Bout. He's got to go up against Keria, who right now is absolutely the best supporter.
Well, here's the thing, like,
it's rough.
Dudu has to go up against Zeus, and this is the key player matchup that we've selected here because this one feels like the most winnable for Hanwha Life Esports, but Zombie has to go up against Owner. Whew, that's a rough one. Chunny, he has to go up against Gumayusi? And then, as you mentioned, Bout against Keria, like, all of these matchups feel tough. I think the other one we could have zoomed in on, perhaps, which was the one that's highlighted in our match card, like, during the break, is Karis versus Faker, right? That's another matchup you feel as Hanwha Life Esports where you shouldn't get absolutely destroyed. Even though Faker is playing extremely well right now, so is Karis, and he's been a shining light for this team. In terms of laning stats here, some of these obviously are better for Dudu, right? CS difference at 15, gold difference at 15. But the focus for T1 has not been on the top side. Zeus plays weak side a lot. He'll play the weak side Gnar, play the weak side Gragas.
Yeah, those stats really don't...
They were cherry-picked a little bit, Valdez. I'm just putting it out there.
They almost... I don't know.
They weren't dishonest, but they were very zoomed in.
Yeah, not dishonest, but it kind of sells Zeus short, and you know, Dudu's a great player as well. I like that Dudu is shown as, you know, he's actually having a good season this time around, which is great to see. You know, he's developing as one of our players with a lot more experience on this roster. But yeah, Zeus is one of the smartest top laners that we have in the LCK. So don't look at those stats and be like, oh, I don't know, it looks like Dudu's, you know, favored. No, it's actually Zeus should win the matchup, even if he is in the weak side. So
yeah,
looking forward to that one as well. Definitely, you know, our two quote-unquote standard, you know, normal, what we would expect matchups will be top and mid, because those are the players that are normally on these rosters.
Exactly.
So we'll have to wait and see if, you know, Dudu and Karis can pull the weight for their younger players from Challengers.
It's unfortunate, too, because I feel like Vista has really improved a lot and was part of the reason why Hanwha Life Esports took that upset win over DRX last week. Really good support play, as they will choose blue side here, as they are the home team. They have the first selection, so they will have first pick priority. The question is, where does that go, right? Bouts, you know, for those who haven't followed him in Challenger, which is most of you, of course, his most played this season are Karma and Nautilus, the two top-tier supports that you have in completely different roles, albeit. So that's something they could look for here in terms of how they want to play this out, react to T1's draft. It is going to be a tough series, but it all starts here.
Yeah, you know, who knows? Maybe this is the one that T1 gets caught off guard by. Would be the biggest upset maybe of all time, but we'll have to wait and see. As TF is going to be taken off the board. Hanwha Life, you know, they've had their struggles even with their main roster, and I think it starts with the draft as well. I think this is a good time to even get some practice in the drafts and try to win some drafts even against T1.
It would be really awesome if Hanwha Life Esports could have been able to build a draft against T1 that would throw them off guard, but they also are without Kesmer, right? Sudal is standing in as head coach right now, and that's another problem, and they also have put this roster together today. So there is no sort of pre-existing synergy. There's no ability to build this now.
She works at Hanwha. She brought her husband, and at the bottom it says T1 fighting. So a little bit of
That's
a
the most
traitor
T1
there.
fan sign I've ever seen.
Yeah. Works at Hanwha, T1 fan.
It's like if it was a KT staff, like it would be like even worse, but
Yeah.
that might get fired for that one. But anyway.
Oh no.
Final ban here for T1. The Rise is still open. Karas had a fantastic game on it, but they won't ban it. They'll actually take away the Yuumi instead. And that means that Karas is going to take this one easy peasy. And that was T1. You need to make sure you draft a lane on the bottom side that isn't going to lose the 2v2 and get pushed in. Because as we saw, Karas loves to actually realm warp down there and destroy that weak side bottom lane if he gets the opportunity to.
Yeah. And this is kind of becoming the standard I'm seeing here, where it's like you leave one good pick open, the blue side takes it, but then you get Jinx on the red side, and this is this Nidalee hover once again. We're not going to see Nidalee. It will be Lee Sin that does come in. Also hovered the Xin Zhao, but decided not to go for that one. But yeah, it always feels like nowadays that the red side is getting some good matchups just because how Jinx matches up against anything that's not Zeri and Caitlyn.
Sunbee's played a decent amount of Viego in Challengers. That will be the pickup for him on the blue side here with the Aphelios, which is not a surprise. Long-range engage for the Viego if they do want to make those Realm Warps happen bottom side, but that will again just be about the 2v2. And with Chani and Bout up against Gumusi and Keria, you don't even expect they'll be able to keep that lane pushed in. We'll have to wait and see what the support option is here, as Faker's LeBlanc has been his most consistent pick this season, next to his Ahri, of course. He will lock it in. And I think for Hanwha Life Esports here, you want to control the support matchup right now if you want to get value out of Rise. The alternative way to look at this is to try to get a winning topside matchup, put the Rise up there. You know, we're really kind of biasedly looking at Hanwha Life Esports' draft, I think, a bit because of the challenge they have to overcome, right? And that's why I'm kind of like, where is the holes? Like, can they find them? Like, is there a way?
Where is Pyoshik?
Where is Pyoshik? Who are these players?
I love that commercial. Ian is a god. Yeah, check out the Pog State if you haven't, guys. It's a lot of fun.
Keria's
his engaged Tom Kench.
Yeah, 4-0 this season, taken away. You're not going to be able to play the Jinx Kench. Probably see the Thresh ban as well to follow up if you really want to lock that one down, especially if you want to make aggressive plays bot side.
If you don't want to get bodied by Keria 1v5, probably a good idea. And yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of good choices, though. You ban away the Thresh, the Nautilus is available.
Well, yeah,
the Rakan is available. If you want to do hard dive onto the Aphelios, you have the world is your oyster right now.
They banned the Nautilus away here, which means that it's a pretty easy Thresh pick for Keria. And this really hurts the ability to use Realm Warp's bottom side to get value. Because with the Thresh here, with Flay, and it's Keria, etc., your abilities to make plays are very limited. And Jace is also the perfect ban for T1 because that's the strongest champion you can try to control top lane against basically anything blind that you could face as T1. Okay, Blitzcrank.
Oh, I like that.
That's how you play an LCK debut.
I mean, it's smart, you know? Like, we can't beat them 5v5, but what if I get a hook? Can we beat them 4v5?
Yeah, or 5v4 in this case, of course. And Gwen will be the choice here with the Jace banned. It's a nice turnaround.
Akali as well.
Akali's off the table. And will we see something like a Zeus Jax pick? Feels like a Gnar angle. Yeah, it's the Zeus Gnar. Pull this one up. You've got a great front-to-back team fight composition. You can control the flank angle with Owner if he gets ahead, which is the expectation here. You have the ability to assassinate the back line with the LeBlanc. And the Gnar kind of holds it all together if Hanwha Life Esports go for a hard engage, which they don't have a ton of in general. You can, of course, back off and then use the Gnar ultimate to re-engage. The Blitzcrank here is the wild card for Bout, and mean, he was the guy who was shaking on stage earlier, so let's see if he can pull it together, because he actually has, in a lot of ways, the most power out of anyone in his roster against T1 because of that pick potential you mentioned. Whether it happens on the bottom side of the map, whether it happens around a soul point fight, there is so many ways that he can control this game, but he loses out the utility that a lot of other support champions would have offered, like pushing power in the lane, or the ability to keep the Aphelios alive.
Yeah, it's very true. It's a risk, and you got to take risks when you are in this position. As we're going to take another closer look at the lineups here. We see the Gwen coming in once again. It feels like it's almost rising in priority, especially with a lot of the bans, with the Jace and the Akali and stuff like that.
You know what's interesting about this Blitzcrank pick 2 into the Lee Sin is that it means that if Owner wants to make trips bottom side to actually try to dive bot with the first Rift Herald, for example, Blitzcrank is great at peeling there and actually can catch you under turret. If Lee Sin goes onto the Blitzcrank, he can punch him up, hook him back in, keep him under turret. If you could pull that off, you could silence him. There are ways under turret, you know, to try to keep that bot duo alive. See how this one works out, Valdez. I'm not as sold on the HLE Esports composition, but it's definitely the more interesting one.
It has a Blitzcrank. Let's
That's
jump
what I'm
into
saying.
game number 1. As it is HLE Esports up against T1. And they let Keria get Thresh. That's, you know, that's the beginning of when you begin to worry. Just a little bit.
Blitzcrank is like the older, less utility model of Thresh, you know. Flay is like slightly worse Rocket Punch, but you know, running fast for a second to run slow for a second, it's definitely not as good as a Lantern.
No way.
Blitzcrank's like, I'll give you some fast feet if you give me that Lantern. Karen never takes that trade. Never, ever.
Is Flay better than Knockup?
Honestly, it depends on how you use it, but I think
Yeah.
most of the time, yes. Obviously, Blitzcrank's hook is longer range.
Yeah.
And
Blitzcrank's whole kit is just about, like, getting him hooked.
I got the guy.
I got the combo. Thresh has a lot of other plays that he can make. There's a lot more skill expression, I think.
Yeah,
whereas
that's-
on Blitzcrank, it's like, you know, can I, like, walk in the right way to get this hook?
This is seen, of course, the observers highlighting the ward that was placed there early, so they have a lot of information. Yeah, the Blitzcrank also is fairly one-dimensional, so it's easier to play around as long as you're not getting completely surprised. So in the early part of this matchup, can be very obnoxious as the Gwen. That's why this ward is here for Zeus, which will keep Dudu back. We'll hold the wave a little bit closer to the turret as best as he can. It's a good Blitzcrank skin.
Yeah, that's, I think it's the most common. I don't know if that's like, you know, one of those pay-to-win skins where it's like, oh, if we get that, the hook looks a little bit better, and, you know, like the Leprechaun Vagar and stuff like that.
The one that has, like the gray one that has the fist that's not attached, it kind of rockets forward. That one feels the hardest one to dodge for me. But nobody ever uses it. It could be banned.
This one, yeah, this one is very common, though. I feel like, you know, we don't get Blitzcrank all the time, but when we do, it's usually the skin.
Yeah, and I'm always wishing we get definitely not Blitzcrank, but we definitely don't get it. As here is the Challengers players on their debut. Of course, Chunny, also a Challengers player who was already debuting earlier this week. You can see they have a large history all the way back to DRX Academy here for Sumbi.
Yeah, Sumbi is, I suppose, currently 18 years old. As we'll get to Chronicler's comment, but this might be a kill onto Zeus in the top side. Dudu is getting close. Actually, will flash that one. So what Chronicler had to say is that Bout works well with Chunny, and he is one of the few sources of HLE Challenger League's victories.
Yeah, and I think that it's important to give context to what he means is Chunny is one of the big win conditions for HLE Esports on the Bout, but Bout empowers Chunny, and it's part of the reason why he looks so strong. Because that's what we were talking about earlier this week for HLE is like Chunny is actually the shining light, so the luckiest player you could have to sub in. But now it's the duo. So they have pre-existing synergy as well down there on the bottom side since they've played together so much.
Owner's just passing through. He's like, I'm Lee Sin. I'm just going to double scuttle this one. The Viego here, Sumbi, he just went for a full clear. Just like top to bottom from what I could tell. Backed on the Krugs, and yeah, he'll just give over the double scuttle here to Owner.
Which is a lot of power to T1. Keria's got a nice ward here. This is actually really nice for him. You can see what timing he comes back at and if the bottom duo is going to be safe to push up or not. And it also gives Carrier the opportunity to know when he can actually look for potential hooks over the wall there. So much he gets from that one single ward. And with a double scuttle, you know the timing of your opponent's back. And there's just so much that T1 gained with this one little move from Carrier.
Yeah. And, you know, we do have a little bit of a gank up on the top side, though. Sunbeat is looking for Zeus. No flash available. He is going to miss the stun, but I think Zeus might go down anyway. No, he's actually going to hop away. So the gank not as clean as it could have been, as Carrier is going to be hooked here. He does get the play down. They're looking to turn onto Chunny as Carrier will turn around, and there's the hook now onto Bout. It's kind of all alone. I don't think they have the DPS to take him out, though, as a harsh trade in the bottom lane does come through.
Yeah, definitely favoring the T1 side at the end of things here. Ignite and a flash for a heal and an ignite. Ooh. Oh, that'll be another flash trade.
Jonah Strong knew it. He was zooming in before he even used speed up.
Yep. That was well played from Bout on both hook attempts, both putting the T1 duo at risk. The first one connecting, the second one forcing a flash. And it was well played considering the Gravitum that's available. The Gravitum will guarantee you the hook. And that's part of the reason why Aphelios is so high prio right now. He has the greatest potential to help a support get picks with Gravitum in the early game.
We did have Jinx on a 7-game win streak, but then Freda Breon played it twice, and now she is on a 9-game winning streak. So Powder getting a lot of value here in this game of League of Legends.
Yes.
Not in our game.
No. Didn't go so well for her there, spoilers.
No.
There's a reason she's not called Jinx. I won't spoil the whole story, but, you know.
If you haven't watched it by now, I mean, what are you doing?
Well, I mean, it's like spoilers. Anakin becomes Darth Vader if you haven't seen Star Wars. You know, I mean,
what?
It's a prequel.
No, I've seen it.
Or Anakin's rather, Arcane's a prequel to League of Legends, the game, I guess. You know, it's a pretty good show. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, it's very enjoyable. Even people that I know that don't even know too much about League of Legends, they enjoyed it as well. But yeah, Powder enjoying herself here.
Yeah, she's having
so far.
She, Victor from Arcane, Jace, very meta champions, Caitlyn, you know, conspiracy.
Jace and Caitlyn, you know, why are they so strong nowadays?
Yeah, is Vi secretly OP as well? We haven't found out yet.
Nobody's willing to play her.
You know, maybe T1's hiding that one for playoffs. So.
Maybe that's it.
You could notice that somebody has to kind of babysit this lane now. And is going to wait for Owner to come through, look for a defensive option. This is the Blitzcrank anti-Lee Sin kind of defensive setup I was talking about.
Ooh, that was a really nice hook. Carrier is just dead. He doesn't have flash.
There you go. Hey, if you can hit these hooks every time, if you can make this happen, this pick is insanely strong with the Viego who can follow up CC, the Gravitum that Chunny has, right? We talked about it earlier. That was an insane hook.
He just waited until the minions were going down, and he really caught Carrier by surprise.
That was, I mean, the thing is, T1 had Owner down there too. Then they were looking to see if there was going to be an overextension. Watch this from his perspective. He said I got him like 7 times and then said, nice. You know, that's the kind of thing you want to see on a player's debut. He picks the unique Blitzcrank. You know, he looked nervous on stage when he was walking out with his team, but then he picks Blitzcrank and kills Carrier. The best player, or best support player rather, in the LCK at the moment. Good start, you'd have to say, with a nice hook.
Yeah, it's pretty good against Carrier's Thresh as well. You saw Carrier was trying to get behind the minions. I think he just had a little lapse there, and Bout was like, oh yeah, let's go for this, as the stun is going to land this time. It is Mega Gnar. So it is definitely more dangerous, and you can see that Sunbeat and Dudu will, in fact, respect that. We have Owner up on the top side now, just as the Mega Gnar is running down. So we'll see how much value they can get out of this. Dudu, of course, on the Gwen with no flash.
Very long con play here from Owner.
Oh, he's gonna hit it, gets on in there. He is level 6, moves forward onto the minions and picks it up as the Realm Warp is coming up, and 3 guys come out of that one. And now Owner, he's trying to get over the wall here. Doesn't look like he is gonna have that ward, but it's not enough to get him enough distance. So the immediate punish at least will come in.
Now, Faker is going to be able to get a little bit of power here in the mid lane with that Realm Warp coming up. Probably going to get a plate. This will lead to Rift Herald take. So it's a lot of trades here around the map in terms of objectives. It doesn't look like Faker will be able to secure the entirety of this plate because he wants it back, and we'll just try to deny some CS. But Zeus survives here. They don't actually force the follow-up fight onto the Gnar because they know Faker is there with Keria in mid lane and don't want to actually lose out too much. But they'll be happy that the Realm Warp guarantees them this Rift Herald. So some plates will go over to the Hanwha Esports players. So over here, Gumayusi having free reign will grab a plate of his own, which is usually half of what you'd like. He will get the second because that's going to equalize the Herald, and Keria also gives them the 160, walks away. Well played. How about that ult from Chani, but he...
Yeah, Lantern available. That's the Keria effect. Gets it down right at the exact perfect moment. Anticipating that play.
So even though Keria got hooked, you know, he sets up a two-plate take on the bottom side of the map. Two-plate play, whatever. This was really nicely played from Owner, the kick to finish the kill, but he's trapped here with the Realm Warp. Those, they take different paths here. Zeus playing on the bottom side of this. They're not going to try to turn without a Mega Gnar bar. And as soon as Faker and Keria see this as a lost cause, they go straight back to the mid lane.
It's like there is a jungler in here, and Chani does have all of his summoners. The cleanse immediately comes in, and the silence is going to get Keria in danger. Bout is going to keep him safe once again.
Somebody's here.
Somebody just lurking. Gets here a little bit late to really capitalize, but it's going to make life really difficult for the T1 bottom lane.
Kara's going to trade this one back. But yeah, that was, again, the power I was talking about defensively for Blitzcrank in the bottom lane, where you can heal, you can actually hook into turret, get the knock up, and secure kills. That one goes over to the Aphelios this time around. So one went to the Viego, now one to the Aphelios. A lot of gold going over to Hanwha Esports before they drop the Herald. And, you know, they really want to drop it bottom side, give it to the Aphelios if they can, but I don't think that's going to be the case. They don't have enough pushing power. Somebody looking for the flank.
Now, Faker does have double distortion, but it's still a good gank because you're just opening up these plates.
Yep.
And you have the Rift Herald as well in the case of Sunbi, so you're going to get some huge chunk damage onto this mid turret already.
So a lot of gold going over to the Rise here. Viego's already ahead.
He wants that one plate, and actually, the root comes in and they kill Faker. Totally catches him off guard. Sunbi is going to break their hearts and jump over the chompers as well. As Dudu is going into Mega Gnar. Probably not the right idea, but he does have the needles coming through now. He's staying alive as the flash comes in, and a miss on both abilities from Zeus. Trying to get the Gwen, and it fails.
Rocket, though! No. This is why I'm not a play-by-play caster. That's about the extent of my abilities. Zeus is going to grab a plate, though, for his troubles. And Owner will get out of here using the Gromp as a bit of a taxi. Does have a ward to hop to. And this was a really aggressive play attempt here on the top side of the map. Doesn't end up leading to anything per se. But right now, T1... a little bit of overextending, a little bit of punish, right? Every time they've given Hanwha opportunities to strike, opportunities to turn these back, they've succeeded, right? 2 picks on the bottom side, 2 kills for the Viego, a mid kill onto Faker there, or, you know, plates crashing in onto Faker there as he was collapsed onto. And that's another plate finally here for Karas going over. Hanwha Esports in firm control of this game. It's a very late first break here, but it will finally go to them.
Yeah, Sunbi has mostly just been, you know, outside of that one very proactive play in mid, which was actually fantastic. He's kind of just been farming out as fast as possible, looking for counter ganks, and his positioning has been good. So from what we can tell, I mean, Sunbi and Bout, you know, this is from Hanwha Life Challengers, which is currently, I think, in 10th place in Challengers, right? They're not the best team. And you can see the play, the conversion down on the bottom side.
Nice cleanse from Chani as the hook comes through, and they turn this into a kill. Up here on the top side, Crash comes through, and then Faker gets greedy, gets rooted, and Chani instantly flash turns, Heartbreaker for the kill. Keria is trying his best to peel, but they get out quick.
It's just a really good look. You know, some people like to joke that the Challengers League sometimes looks stronger than the LCK, and so far, I mean, for the beginning of this, Perhaps T1 taking them a little bit lightly. Zeus does not have flash, and he is going to be collapsed on. The Armbreaker comes in, and Zumbi gets another kill, but this is a hook now coming out from Keria. The Rocket will take down the kill.
Can they get more?
Yeah, I think Chunny, he's in a lot of trouble.
He has plans, but there's no way out.
The Realm Warp was used top, so nobody on the side of Homolife was even close to being down there. So T1 immediately closed the door.
Yeah, and this means Gumusi is going to be able to finish off this turret. It will be at the cost of this mid turret. First turret blood will go to Guma, though. Teleport onto the turret here, too, is going to pull Karis off of it for the time being. Won't even secure that one. Still, Homolife Esports in a nice amount of control over this game. Do have the first Drake. They can tighten up some of these smaller errors and turn these aggressive plays into only their success and not trades. They have a bigger lead. Zeus is just punished here once again. And Homolife Esports are playing hyper fast this game. Down here, Keria hits the hook, the Glacial Augment, plus the box, and you keep out in there. He just ults to buy a little bit of time, and Chunny is now left out to dry. Karis on this rise has been such a great surprise. Like, it has been such a strong point for Homolife Esports, and I'm a little bit surprised T1 gave him the opportunity to play it because it's dictated this mid game.
It's a lot of damage as Bout is going to get the hook on a Lee Sin. Both LeBlanc and Lee Sin love playing into Blitzcrank because you just have so much mobility. And we did see that there. Spout got the max range hook. He was going for Faker, and he found Lee Sin behind him.
Still, there's a lot of pick potential here. If they can get the hook into the root, into explosive Aphelios damage. He's low range, but if you bring the enemies to him, he's going to have a great time. Also, Sunbe extremely fed. Will be fine here. Doesn't have to Heartbreaker or anything.
Okay, trying to bait him into this one. The stun does come into the wall, as now, with the Q landing, due to no escape for him. And Owner and Zeus do convert very nicely onto that. The timing is really perfect as well as the second Rift Herald is up.
Second Rift Herald's up. They're already grouping for that. And yes, there was a hook there from Bout, but they were in a good position to actually try to punish that right before and then convert what was a hook escape into a collapse onto the top side due to off of the map now. And you can see Karis forced to sit under the turret, defend top side, which opens up mid. And Owner could just take the Rift Herald by himself. T1 just really trying to hold on to control. The one place they're not active is the bottom lane, which there is no active player for Homolife Esports in. They already got the turret, so they're not losing anything there either. Homolife Esports will just simply have to let this one go.
Wow. Karis knew that he was backing in that brush. Got that information. 3v1. Faker is nearby, but the flash will come in, and that's a trade you'll take any day of the week as Bout. Faker trying to set this one up, forces the flash out of Chunny now. As T1, you see they're taking this one very seriously, as they are going to now take out Bout. Enough with your hooks, they say.
They knew he didn't have flash because he used it just moments before, so you have an opportunity here. You get the slow, you get that follow-up push away from the turret, get a pick onto the enemy support. That's going to lead to a turret. It is traded for a topside turret, but for T1, you absolutely love this because you've got a second charge here on your Herald, and there is no Blitzcrank to pull. You can play really greedy. Look at the Lantern. There's no cost involved here for T1. There's no risk because with Keria, when his Lantern out, what are you going to do? Who are you going to punish? You're going to catch a LeBlanc? No. You're going to catch a Lisa? No. 80 carry? He's got a Lantern. And that's why T1's engages are so non-committal, as this was the pick onto Gwen right before, due to, fortunately, caught so much mobility on T1's comp. And Zeus knows Bout does not have flash, so can actually look for the flash pull, and it's instantly followed up on by Gumusi. Zeus does get the kill. A nice follow-up zap there, and then just blow up Blitzcrank. One of the tougher supports, too, basically 100 to 0 because he's tanky, but they have enough damage.
Well, tanky, yeah, in most cases.
And he's got his barrier.
Yeah, he's got that nice little barrier to help out as, we do have a pause.
Well.
Deep breaths now.
I got 2 of these this week now.
Wolf's just,
I was here
I don't know what to say, Wolf.
I was here once before. I got through it, Valis. If you have any questions about how this is going to go, please ask.
Who is it not? I guess it's not Chronicler, right?
It's not Chronicler.
Because it was you and Atlas for the first one.
Well, I guess we know what's happening in the DRX Gen G series.
We know the common denominator now, don't we?
Whew. Yeah.
Looks like it is a pause on the side of Homolife Esports, from what I can tell, with the zoom in here.
Yeah, and I'm sure it will be resolved soon. That's how we do things.
Chunny is experiencing some frame drop issues And that is an issue that you generally do not like to hear because it's one of the more difficult ones to solve. It can generally take a lot of time because you have to do some extra testing. And sometimes the play, you know, even if they think it's fixed, it's like the pro player might just be like, oh no, it just still feels weird. You know, it's one of those small issues that can be hard to detect and fix at times.
Yeah. Some really funny ketchup, risotto, and agujim for Keria, but for Zeus, it's just like names of champions.
It's the thing again, guys, where you take every syllable of some name or something and you make 3 sentences or 3 other words out of those syllables.
In terms of the frame stuff, you know, with League of Legends, the client, like sometimes it can be related to, it's usually not related to any internet issues or lag. It's usually related to how the client or like full screen is interacting with Windows, the operating system, as a lot of, it's never played League of Legends before, that sign said there.
Yeah. You know, Elden Ring just came out. And these frame rate issues really hit close to home for me, man. My 970 is just it's not cutting it anymore.
I was playing a little bit last night. I'm still holding on to my 1080, which I got like when it came out.
Yeah.
So it was like really, really awesome back then.
Back in the day.
I looked up some of the prices for some new graphics cards, and I have to say, not as expensive as I thought. You know, I might actually be investing. I might be investing in the next few weeks, but I could still play Elden Ring fine, just on a little bit lower settings.
Good to hear. Oh, seems like this frame rate issue not as difficult as my 970s.
Door and Ring, you know, a little bit easier than
Yeah.
Elden Ring.
Sure. Oh man. As yeah, we're setting up here for the Mountain Drake. Seems like both teams very aggressive, very much want to go for this. As the hook will come in and actually the Jinx will go down immediately. Zeus tries to put this up, but there's no Jinx to help out with the damage. And Humble Life are gonna sweep T1 here in the river. They take out 4 of them.
And that's double Drake the advantage with a huge swing of gold over to Humble Life Esports. And Bout on the blitz. He is hitting these hooks. Now he was set up this time by a really nice flash root Everfrost. As Karas, this is a bit greedy.
Oh.
That's unfortunate, but it doesn't take anything away from his last play where he set that one up for the blitz crank hook moments before, which led to a huge swing, a swell of gold.
Sunbi is now 6-0.
Oh, look at this. Look at this from Karas.
Yeah, he already landed the E, so he's like...
Flash, root, Everfrost, hook, Jinx is dead. And Zeus tries to turn. We talked about how the Gnar is great for this in this composition, but it's just too little too late. Sunbi is extremely fed, so he's like, I'm Lee Sin now. I'm over the wall. I'm out of here. And this is Karas' play. So yes, he does die to Faker with a little bit of greed, but his engage here is what sets this all up. He has the stopwatch to survive. And, you know, very nicely played here. Then he does this, 2 levels up. But it's, you know, we all make mistakes.
It's a lot of XP, actually, over to Faker. You see that now the levels are even. It's bigger than it looks, actually. To get a big play like that and then kind of just give your life over and to miss a good back timing, everything, it's just compounding. And the 6-0, Viego just had to run all the way away as T1, I think their macro is just getting a bit ahead of them as no root will come in. And actually nobody dies on the side of Humble Life Esports. So they were scrambling. They're like panicking, but everybody gets out.
Everybody gets out. Realm Warp is on cooldown, which is pretty massive for T1, knowing they don't have to deal with that for a really long time. But they were able to escape, actually, without using a single flash in this exchange.
I feel like I'm watching the Mighty Ducks or something right now, where it's like the team that obviously should not win is like somehow using weird tactics and just, you know, the underdog story is actually coming through and, you know, the team that's undefeated is somehow scrambling, even though they look much better. Like in some of these plays, it's obvious that T1 are a much more experienced and better macro team, but Humble Life is still ahead. It's like still happening.
T1 is playing a pretty standard game, right? And I think that's something that we have to point out is they're kind of going through the motions of what is a normal, you know, Thresh Jinx start to the game. The Lee Sin kick here is fantastic. Karas is still going to be able to take his Realm Warp out. The way that they're playing the game, T1, is pretty stock standard. They're being thrown a few curveballs, right? The Blitzcrank, the Flash Rise into 5 people to specifically root the one jinx, right? Because he hit the E earlier. These
Yeah.
types of plays are really fantastically done for Hanwha Esports, and like how many more miracle engages are they going to get is the real question. But so far, it's enough to give them a 2 Drake lead and a small gold lead with it.
Yeah, it's true. And, you know, something that some of you might have been looking out for is, you know, did Gumayusi take cleanse? Like, why is he able to get rooted so easily against, you know, a Rise and a Felios and a Viego? You might consider, hey, you know, he should take cleanse in this game. But I think maybe he just took the heal to survive the lane with the, with the Blitzcrank down there and just to make sure that they could get this lead. And, I mean, he does have a really nice CS lead as it stands.
He also has Rapid Fire Cannon now, but he didn't take Gale Force, of course, went for the Kraken Slayer. Like, it is a lot of greed here for Gumayusi, but the expectation is, as was the fans' expectation going into the series, is I dominate this lane, we're going to get so far ahead, I want to just carry my lead, my momentum forward with all the gold I'm going to pick up here. And he does have a pretty massive lead, item-wise, over the Aphelios at the moment in terms of spikes, but, you know, got to be careful. Not going to get flash rooted on again. Can imagine. They have a really strong front line here with the Thresh escape ability too. So I don't know if we'll see that miracle happen again. But that's the thing about Hanwha Esports is they've just stolen these precious moments because they've had these really clutch plays where they did not hesitate, they did not choke.
Okay, hook over the wall. It looks like Dudu just walks into a very unfortunate situation. You know, this is one of the things, like, we saw that Hanwha Life were in a pretty good spot in terms of, like, some of the fights and some of the curveballs, but, like, look at the map. The vision is not there. They have zero, well, I guess there's one control ward in their own blue side, or rather in their own red buff jungle, right? Like, there's not a lot of setup here for the side of Hanwha Life, as they are going to get some vision here with the Realm Orb. But again, it is 4v5. Faker over the wall trying to stop Sunbi from getting in here as the hook will go down onto Karis. He is pretty scary, but that is a big gnar. He is going to go down, though. Faker does get the revenge onto the Aphelios, and down will go Viego as well. So that is a huge shutdown onto Gumayusi as we're zooming all the way out into the stratosphere here as Dudu now returns with the teleport. He is getting a lot of damage done. And does get the flash at the end of that one. Now Faker trying to get in the back here as the rocket will come in with the zap. Gumayusi will put an end to this fight as even owner will return to this one. And the ace will finally come through for T1.
Hanwha Esports just really trying to stretch their advantage after that Baron fight so hard, but it snapped. You know, like a rubber band pulled too far when they decided to go all the way in on this. As Dudu has been caught a lot this game. This is his 5th death of the game, isolated into a Thresh hook right all up there. Yeah. And now look at how Bout plays this. He gets on top of Zeus, rocket punches him, and then tries to ult him here to prevent that Gnar ult from coming through, right? He's got Mega Gnar, but he's not able to make it happen. And that's what gives T1 the freedom to actually live long enough in this fight to win the extended trade, because Faker gets the kill there, and he can come back in. You don't have your AD carry as Hanwha Esports to keep fighting this. Dudu is trying to be a hero here, but after this happens, you just don't have an opportunity to win a longer fight when Guma's standing there, right? He's long range, he's got rockets, he's going to be able to help Faker clean this one up. They have so much mobility to chase. Take your wins where you get them, don't overextend. They stretch that rubber band and it snapped.
Yeah, as we get back into live, Karis, he's just been caught out a bunch of times here too, and this is what we were talking about, you know, Hanwha Life. They've got curveballs, but they don't have the foundation, it feels like.
Yes, that's such a good way to put it.
Yeah. It's just, you know, everything collapsed once we hit the mid-game and they actually had to control vision and the macro. T1 were like, okay, well, we'll take over from here now, guys.
Yeah, that was the thing. We talked about it when Hanwha Esports was defeated by Live Sandbox earlier this week. Is it really seems like Samdi had such a huge impact on how this team plays in terms of shot calling. Because even though Chani individually played very well in that series, they just couldn't make the right macro calls. And now with even less of the original roster here, you could see it really falling by the wayside. Because great plays and set hooks, right, and moves like the flash route to kill Gumayusi, they work out in those isolated instances. But as you say, the fundamentals of controlling the map and vision. Because remember, right after that play, what did Karis do? Did he back up and get vision? Nope. He walked up mid alone at 10% health and died. Like, these are the things that will cause you to lose a series even with great plays and small advantages at the beginning.
Yeah. And here we stand. I mean, T1 have thoroughly taken over total control of this game. all the vision is being entirely denied. The Baron is still available, and they're just going to play it slow, you know, just wait around this objective. There is one ward that they did miss, so they know that Keria and Faker have not run back to the Baron. It's a little bit unfortunate for T1 to miss that one, as Faker now quite fed. He's 6-1 himself, and is looking for some big picks.
He certainly is. Because of the enemy Gwen being this far behind, his item build that he has so much agency to push up really far because LeBlanc can escape any scenario. We can also draw a lot of resources. Notice he's even just going to push it into the Wolves, where he can threaten a pincer here around the mid lane, and then just walk back up, catch a wave, put some pressure on the enemy Gwen. Just Faker things. They have this lantern, they're grouped around Baron. Hanwha Esports' vision is very thinned out. Not completely gone, they still have a little bit of eyes on it, but the thin amount of vision they have means that they have to group up, they have to respond, and look at the bottom side of the map where they had control. Only one control ward, no vision otherwise whatsoever here.
Now.
And now it's gone.
Right as you said that.
Yeah, just got replaced right here in the mid lane from Bout. It's just such a dark map. You know, that's usually the word that Koreans use in solo queue when they talk about the support not warding. It's like, why is it so dark? Why is the map so dark? Why is it so bleak? Why is the map black? You know, and that's where we are in this game. The whole bottom side of the map is wardless here. Now Hanwha Esports have put their focus on surrounding the Baron pit with some wards, but it's not on the pit itself. It's not deep warding, so it hasn't led to anything. And they are going to try to cover some of the bottom side now, but notice how carefully and slowly they have to do it. Look at how slow the clear is right now for Sunbi, trying to get in there on his own red buff, because they just don't have any idea where the enemies are.
Yeah, and I like that T1, you know, starting from the draft. It's a very standard draft. Like, they didn't randomly pick some new picks or anything like that. They're showing respect to Hanwha Esports. They don't want to show any, you know, new strategies here, as the damage will go onto the Baron and they will take it down. This is what happens when you don't have any vision. Hanwha now trying to move through, as that was very dangerous, especially with Meganar available here. Dudu just barely going to get away. Zeus, you could see him just drooling, waiting for that amazing engage. Doesn't come through, but they get the Baron, and now they're just pushing down mid 5v5.
Yep, they're just going to look for really strong pushing here on mid and top side. The Gwen push bottom. Oh, Faker. Oh, okay. Well, that's Blitzcrank grabbing a clone. Yeah. That wasn't actually the real Faker. It was actually just blown up otherwise. Okay. That's the other part of hashtag things Faker does, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean,
looking for the pick.
If he gets the pick onto Chunny there, it's 100% worth it, even if he dies, because that's going to be a lot of the wave clear that Hanwha Esports have to defend the push. But this now opens up a Baron play here.
Yeah.
Or a Drake play, for Soul Point.
It's Cloud Soul Point, and they will be able to get it unless Owner can steal. He is going in for it, and he will get the steal. Owner picks up the Cloud Drake. It is 4v5 for T1, but Bout is so low. As the Q will come forward, Owner does get the kick, and he's got a stopwatch. We'll keep him alive. And there's the stun now. Zeus in the front line. The Gnar doesn't stun anyone, but it's a front line for Jinx, right? And there's the triple kill. Gumayusi looking for the Quadra. And it might not be able to pick it up here, but T1, they are laughing their way to the bank. Oh, nice zap with the flash, and that will be the Quadra kill given over to Gumayusi, as now T1 might just push to end the game.
Oh, that was Faker, man, all the way. It was super calculated. Just goes
Fantastic
in,
bait.
goes
Loved
in,
it.
dies so that they group on Drake and then win the fight around an R ultimate. Super well played here from T1 across the game, punishing Hanwha Esports' lack of ability to control macro. But it wasn't all bad, right? I mean, there were some good moments here. As the Nexus falls, T1 will take game number 1. But there were some shining lights for Bout on the bottom side on the Blitzcrank. The Chorus flash to kill Guma around the Drake pit. This game wasn't without blemishes for T1, and it wasn't without a few miracles on the side of Hanwha Esports. The control they got, though, from those big plays was so minimized by a lack of a real strong shot-calling voice. And I think that's unfortunately just what this series will be marred by in terms of how we remember it against a 11-0 T1.
Yeah, still some stuff to discuss. You know, some of the plays early on, you know, maybe you want to play a little bit safer. It's good. So we're doing some stretching here. Of course, Keria and Gumayusi Karia's Thresh not looking as impressive this time around, got hooked a bunch of times early on in the game, and so was put a bit behind. But at the end of the day, Gumayusi ends up carrying alongside a Faker, and they get the job done.
I think if you're Hanwha here, the things that went wrong are so easy to discuss and fix. Like, this is the kind of game you want as Hanwha, where the players aren't nervous, they're making the big super plays, as we call them here in Korea. It doesn't lead to great macro. You can't learn that overnight. You can't learn that within one game. But this is going to be so much footage the Challengers players can take and learn from and improve on. So for Hanwha, I think you feel pretty happy about how the beginning of this series has gone, at least, you know, better than expected.
Yeah, no, it's great practice too. Like, they got through an early game very well against an undefeated team in the LCK. As, you know, the second, basically, that we hit mid-game, you know, 20 minutes, we fell off a cliff. And I thought it was going to happen earlier, I suppose. But props to Hanwha Life Esports for surviving that long. I think they put up a good fight. As you're mentioning, you know, there are some easy things to fix, but some of them do require a lot of experience as well, such as like macro play and playing as a team and just time, which unfortunately with the emergency call-ups, Hanwha Life Esports doesn't quite have. So definitely a nice learning experience for them. But guys, we will have a break and throw it over to the analyst chairs and carpet space.
이거 목이 아프냐.
아 근데 뚫기 딴 건데 뭔가 아쉽네.
말을 못하겠네.
아쉽다 그냥. 플래시 나옴.
잡을래?
와, 뭐야?
타겟입니다.
Who are these players? Where is Pyoshik? In these troubling times, there is one man that can show you the way.
I've been a fan of Korean esports for 10 years.
It's the Chronicler with a 1 instead of an I Challenges League co-stream on Twitch. Get to know all of the new faces you've been seeing in the LCK. Critics are saying,
I wasn't really familiar with any of these Challenger players, but then I found Chronicler's Challenger stream, and now I'm a big fan.
this is it, the greatest Twitch stream ever created.
Yeah, it's okay. It's good.
Hardened by ice and steel. One man, forged by flame and by blood. heir to the mystic fire, this hero of old, our warrior poet. Do you have what it takes to watch this man? Let us rejoice in glory. Watch Chronicler on Twitch today.
Maybe get me a little bit of the soup.
Quality is bitch sometimes, but otherwise very much enjoy the content. Good stuff.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. Sorry, we're not doing the trailer anymore. I'm really glad that that just happened to come on after that game where Harmolife Esports actually got off to a great start against our undefeated T1.
Our expectations were low coming into this game, I think justifiably so. And they did much better than even I could have expected, because this is not one of the challenger teams that we talk about with a lot of pride, because they're 10th place. This is not the RXCL where we make a lot of outlandish statements about how good they are, and then they are. But this is a team, as I'm a big fan of challengers. You should be as well, because you know that Chronicler guy, he's not the greatest, but the players in challengers are amazing.
Is excellent.
Also that, yes.
In fact, actually made soup and brought it to work this morning. This is the thing that happened.
I want to talk about the challenge players, okay?
Right,
because they don't get a lot of time to shine, and I think this draft showcased with both the Viego Prio, which is a champion that hasn't really done well, copped another loss here, but I think in stylish fashion, and the Blitzcrank showing both, I think, the reckless abandon that is necessary if you're a challenger player and you get dropped in a game against current form T1. What you gotta do?
Yeah, and to be perfectly honest, like at the very end of the game, it did not look very close, given the fact that Gumushi was on Jinx and had like a 5,000 gold lead or something like that. You kind of eliminate that from the situation though, and you had some Harmalife esports players playing way above our expectations. Absolutely fantastic to see. A little bit of it was maybe T1 getting a little ahead of themselves, things like this. Carrier doesn't usually go 0-2 in the laning phase. It's just not normally a thing that he does. However, it was just great capitalization from Harmalife esports that came here to play today.
And the reason why we go in on the challengers plays is because obviously from the get-go, it was clear that even with the leads they were able to build up, T1 was still out-trading in turrets. But it's nice to celebrate the small victories that were found, and I think that in terms of skirmishing power, was a lot of great things to see in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot to talk about, and in fact, we're going to go into some of the highlights here and go over some of the great moments in the early game for Harmalife esports. Yeah, dude, he was under a lot of pressure this game.
He did not have a good time, was able to find some great moments, but this is exactly the type of chaos that I think you need to look for. It's a three-man realm mob. The roam coming through here from Bout and from Zombie working out very nicely. I think Karis, another highlight performance here of him. Again, wasn't enough. Was never going to be enough, but the skirmishing, mostly set up around the snowballing that the Viego does provide you, actually worked out very well. Partially because T1 kept jumping back in when they really should have, in multiple occasions with multiple champions. But hey, those kills were utilized well by Hanwha.
They definitely were, and we actually saw the value of a snowballed Viego. We had some things to say about Mortal Reminder second, but that's neither here nor there. He went 6-0-2, and that is absolutely fantastic. Let's get into our second highlight here as the Dragon fight is what it's all about. This was the flash forward from Karis showing his big Chad energy.
Also, I think the only big mistake that Guma made this entire game, and then after that he decided that he was not about that life anymore and would go back to carrying as per usual. But this is really cool because this really does showcase that a Hanwha Life that might have an actual shot caller, might have a better game sense and not get consistently out-traded all across the map in terms of objectives and in terms of overall individual map movement. We could have had a very different game on our hands because the Viego just needs a single kill to get going, and the decisiveness from Hanwha Life was far beyond what was expected of a team.
Absolutely true, and let's have a look at our final highlight here where T1 decide that they feel like winning the game now, and that was basically what happened. I think that some of these Gnarls from Zeus were just fantastic this game as well.
They were, and you see some of the okay moments. This, of course, coming off of a pick that was found on top of Dudu, and really this is where you truly see the class, even with what was a messy and you know not the cleanest early game from T1. Moments like this really do showcase you why this team is 11-0, because when it really comes down to it, Hanwha Life, they need to push their boundaries as much as they can. They need to pick up the shutdowns. They need to try and get an edge in this game, because otherwise you're playing against a fat Jinx. You have a tank Rise. Like, there's just not a lot of great elements in that regard for you.
Yeah. And if we wanted to talk about it just from the way that we normally do, it would be Jinx outrages Aphelios. She's not under a whole lot of threat from this composition that is just not really going to be able to get to her, and unless they get ridiculous leads, I think Gumushi was just going to carry that game. However, still a huge fan. Absolutely fantastic play from these guys. Let's check out the player of the game. I have a feeling it might be okay, it's Faker that picks it up. I was actually expecting Gumushi to collect that one, but nope, it's the man in the mid lane, 700 Club for Faker here, trying to catch up to Canyon.
I'd like a split vote. I think that Faker had a really good game, and of course the one big oopsie, which actually was an elaborate bait.
It was just an elaborate ploy.
It did actually work out very, very nicely. His LeBlanc and honestly Sin, I think, are a beautiful combo. And these type of picks are actually really relevant because they slow down the game, and I don't think it's likely that a Hanwha Life actually ever finds the pace that you need to break through the T1 defenses. But in these type of long drawn-out skirmishes, the mobility that the champion has in moving over terrain, moving over walls, and always finding obtuse angles suits T1 very nicely, because they do really, even with the great macro that they have, like to rely on their hands.
And obtuse angles are my personal favorite angles as well. So I very much like that, as we are going to bring up the 4-person POG standings. Normally there are about 1,100 people on this list because everyone seems to be on the same number in second place. But now 700, only owned by 3 players, one of them now being Faker. It's 5 out of 13, means that a lot of people got votes that time around.
Yeah, it was a team effort. It was a lot of individual highlight moments for a lot of players on T1, so I like the spread.
Yeah, really good stuff. Let's see whether T1 can bring themselves even further into that undefeated streak, only a few games away from breaking their own record, which is 14 in a row in one season. Let's throw it over to Valdez and Wolf to take us through game 2.
Thank you, Chairers, for your fantastic breakdown of that matchup. As Faker does pick it up, I think I personally would have gone for Gumayusi, but either way, I think it was more of a team win. Faker did have some really nice pickoffs and got super fed on the LeBlanc, so we're not unhappy with it over here. He looks very happy.
I voted for Zeus. I thought he had a lot of really great Gnar ultimates, especially there in the Baron fight. Some of the ones he had in like the mid lane and some of those mid-game skirmishes weren't shown. And rewatching, if I could, I would probably have switched it to Gumayusi after watching the highlights again, but Faker had some good moments. It was a team effort, as you say, as HLE Esports will get the opportunity to play blue side one more time here, as they have the home team advantage.
Maybe 2 times.
Well, I don't think
if they win and then T1 select red.
Yeah, I like I said, one more time most likely, right?
Okay, that's good.
There's a lot to talk about in terms of, like I said, how well this game went for HLE Esports and how they utilized a unique draft. You can't fix the mid-game errors in one best of 3. It takes months of coaching, but they are fairly easy problems to fix. It's just going to take time. That's why I think this series is so valuable for them. I'd love to see a different curveball from them this time around. Don't draft standard against T1. Try to do something weird and make it work again. Because to a certain extent, the early game did work out. I love this Rise ban. I mean, Karus' Rise has been so good.
Yeah, they're just not going to let him have it this time around. They'll probably forego the Akali ban. I think that is fine. Karus' Akali is also pretty strong, so maybe you take that away instead of the Yuumi here if you are very scared about it. Let's see what they do. Decide to ban away for their 3rd one.
Yeah, time will tell. I think that, I mean, there's a lot of options you can do. I don't think that Zombie is interested in playing the Lee Sin, so I think you're going to keep that one open so Owner can get it again. Okay, they actually changed or they disagree with me, and we'll lock it in as the final ban here. A lot of champions open right now. The Xin Zhao, I think, is the safest pick here for HLE Esports. Don't want to see any first pick of Felios here, not against this bot duo. And because this is it. This is like decides so much in our draft, and we'll get locked in.
I wonder if we'll ever get to the point where first pick Jinx becomes a thing.
I do wonder, because DRX was not afraid to do that several times, and I think it's a really strong pick right now, given the fact that you can chip away at composition so well.
Yeah, the current meta in the bottom lane, you know. Yeah, it just feels so good, especially with Caitlyn and Zeri getting banned every game.
Will be the Aphelios actually from T1. So Gumayusi Aphelios, we all love to see it. Not necessarily into what HLE Esports is going to run, but I think this will be an opportunity for Owner to play the Viego here if he would like to.
He needs a Gumayusi autograph. That's the last checkbox, as Ahri is going to be selected. So Faker, he had his fun on LeBlanc. Now he's going to have his fun on the Ahri. And I mean, you can't blame him, right? He has looked probably the best on the Ahri pick so far.
Yeah. Ahri coming through, a lot of pick potential here. Feel less safe with the Jinx pick right now as T1, or excuse me, as HLE Esports. Jinx here, you might want to grab the supporting, you know, saving, like jungle or support. Yes. I used to support. I'm like, no, that's not what I was gonna say. Yes, that's what I was gonna say.
It's okay.
Ooh, Karus Victor would be a big throwback to the beginning of the season, and you're just going all in on we're gonna win the late game. This is not the type of drafting I think that beats T1, but it is very standard. I'll switch it over to the Akali at the last possible second, and this could get crazy. This game with the blow up potential on both sides now.
Yeah. Akali can do very, very well. You can also potentially flex it if a Gwen does get picked. I don't know if you really want to pick the Gwen here, but definitely something to consider. T1 thinking about their final pick. They could get a fantastic jungler that's left available here, or just a top-tier support.
Ooh, the Hecarim is still up here. Hecarim, Ahri, such a strong combo for controlling the mid parts of the game. The like amount that you're going to get in the mid game of controlling Prio and being able to flank and setting up for Drake fight, setting up for a second Rift Herald, for example, if you get ahead.
Yeah.
Becomes so powerful.
Ban Rakan.
I mean, other things that you can play with this too, or the Alistar we've seen that's worked really well. I think the Rakan ban is almost a requirement for this. Take away the Jace here, which does kind of scream that they want to play, you know, melee top side laner. But the Gwen is already gone. So kind of an interesting Jace ban here, considering T1 is red side. You don't need to prioritize that one necessarily.
What's going to be this final ban on the side of T1? Probably looking at another top laner. No.
They want the Rakan, so like they're gonna take away the Leona and
that
then
actually
make it the
makes
Rakan.
a lot of sense.
Yeah, they want the Rakan, and they're like, if you're not gonna ban the Rakan, I'll take it. Zeus's Gnar is banned alongside the Jace here.
Nautilus too?
Nautilus is still up, yeah, that's true.
They did hover it before, and so Aphelios Nautilus, something we've seen many, many times, and that is still it's a really just oppressive composition already on the side of T1. Everybody can kill you, including Aphelios.
This was the supportive support option that I was looking for here, the
Nice.
Tom Kench for the Jinx here to keep her alive against all of this CC, make sure that she can escape from danger. The Jace ban feels a little bit better when you do have this Graves here on lock right now, but Tryndamere is open, available for play here. Zeus could play it. I don't think he's played it this season. I'm gonna check. He has not actually played it this season. It's not a pick that you associate with him. He usually doesn't play strong side and things like this, but might just be the Akshan counter pick where we get to see it for the first time. No, he's gonna do the boring counter pick and get the Tryndamere.
No!
No!
Nope.
He just put me on the roller coaster. This is why we don't talk about hovers. We're not supposed to, but I do.
Don't talk about the hovers.
Okay.
Really?
T1 have pressure and kill pressure and explosive power in every single lane. On the top side of the map, they can look for Aurelia picks onto the Graves with a Hecarim. Mid lane, got a nice charm, kill pressure. Bottom side, Nautilus, Gravitum, kill pressure. Hecarim can dive. It is going to be perhaps one of those games that T1 ends up with a 4,000, 5,000 gold lead before we crest the 15-minute mark if this goes the best way possible for them. Unlife Esports need to play to a slower early game, wait until the Akali comes online, and look for mid-game fights around second, third Drake, second Rift Herald, because before then, if you're pushing up in lane, you are always going to be under threat. You need to play around vision, watch where the enemy Hecarim is going to be, because Owner has ultimately so much control and so much say over how this game is going to be played out.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe somebody can get something going. You know, he looked pretty good in game number 1. And you look at this composition, definitely it feels a little bit not on the same page. There is certainly some dive in terms of the Akali, but other than that, you have kind of a weak-ish front line. We'll have to see how it works out if they can actually peel against this insanely dangerous comp, I would like to call it, on the side of T1. Dangerous to play into, I should be specific. Could be on a knife's edge, this one, as we will jump into game number 2 right now.
T1 are not going to get anything done here. T1 have a comp that if it botches the early game, like if they don't get ahead or the Hecarim doesn't get power, which he has so much reign over the map with the matchups he's been given across the lanes. I just want to hold my breath on this before I get too deep in a point, because guess who's here?
It's the naughty one, Nautilus.
That means that Dudu has to quick draw first. to save his flash, which is going to slow down the early parts of this. Is going back to what I was saying, Foxfire first, get the electrocute proc. Faker loves to do that. Is if T1 don't get ahead early, their comp does not front to back as well as Hanwha Life Esports does. You know, you get the Graves with the Hull Breaker, he survives through the mid game, he becomes a nice front line. His ult alone, if he hits a big amount of targets, can be enough to set up an Akali pick, which then gets Chunny excited on the Jinx. Like, the comp does work if they don't fall too far behind. The biggest issue here is the nameplate to the top right of your screen that has an 11-0 underneath it, which is the strongest team in the LCK at the moment. Loves to play early macro games to their fullest. But if it were a weaker team, you know, playing this comp that T1 have drafted, I'd feel really good about Hanwha Life Esports' chances.
Yeah. I think it's definitely an important point because, yeah, T1, you know, they have a very high chance to win with this because they are T1, and we've seen a lot of games as well where players and teams have drafted this kind of composition and it's gone well. So in terms of like recency bias, you look at this and it's like, oh man, this is really scary. But it's also very scary how it looks if you don't get a lead. And, you know, Ari's not the one with vision looking for picks and being proactive, and the Hecarim is behind and his farm got stunted, you know. So it's a great point you raise. We'll see how T1 are going to make it work. As Dudu, I really like that ward just to see exactly where Owner is on the clear. Like, you can assume just because you know, like, the timings of just how fast, if Hecarim is clearing bot to top, how fast he will come in. But you get that extra confirmation with that ward.
Notice how Faker plays the Ahri matchup into champions that can't trade well. He just non-stop uses Foxfire to proc Electrocute, as this is a nice timing to come over here against Zeus, but Owner's here. He's not close enough.
Zeus is moving forward because of the smoke screen. He's like, oh, there's Xin Zhao there. I didn't see that guy. As the knockup will come in, and there's first blood.
Once again.
Picks it up again, and at a very unexpected timing.
Abyssal is dodged here by Faker. We could have had another pick potential here in another solo lane, but will not come to pass as the Jinx will go back at that standard timing. Owner.
He has flash though, so yep. Thumbs up.
So on the bottom side of the map, Chunny backs to get call. And this is why you see that rotation over from Bout, trying to make a play on the mid side, does not find it. But this is the second time we've seen somebody get an early lead. In the top side of the map, trying to go up there, get that early kill, get control. And so, you know, Dudu is feeling very good about his chances to control this lane for a little bit longer. And we'll see if Owner can actually come over and punish, because the first attempt was a little bit slow. Faker is just going to continue to harass and annoy this early game Akali with Electrocute.
No vision in the tri-brush here. Owner level 4. A decent wave is grouping up as well. I think they could absolutely consider going for a dive here. For now, Owner's going to get started on the Krugs, as here is that big wave. And we've seen this before. We saw it in the first series, right? The Ahri going to come down, but Faker's level 5.
Yeah, she doesn't have 6 this time, so he won't be able to go over the wall. Still putting on a lot of pressure, trying to zone Chunny out of CS, and he's actually handling this extremely well. And because there's no level 6, and because this is so face-up, Kara sees the Faker's missing. They don't overextend, they don't try to make any proactive play themselves. They'll actually stave off the pressure very well here in this early part. The truth of the matter is, though, that Faker, of course, still got a decent lead in the mid lane regardless. We'll head back in. He took Ignite and not Teleport, which is common if you feel like you have a lot of kill pressure. And in this matchup, in the early parts, you absolutely do. Hasn't used it just yet, but we'll get back to lane fine.
Nicely done there. Saving the dash just to avoid the stun. It's a good way to have fun, especially when you have a good start here on the Graves. Zeus did a good job of making sure that he didn't miss too much farm. Maybe the wave was pushing when Dudu got pushed off of the wave as well when Owner came top. So
this ward is disabled.
That why he did fall behind is, yes, the ward is down. Dudu doesn't have a lot of gank assist. And, you know, Aurelia can be a little bit tricky, and Zeus still with this flash available. So he'll just go ahead and take those Krugs.
Zeus is going to have 6 also very soon, but does not quite have it yet. If he has 6, he can actually turn this into a definite win for him, even 1v2 under turret. There's the 6. I think Zombi should definitely, without knowing where Owner is right now, well, he just found out that he's nearby, should back out of this one. Definitely not a play you want to make, but he's going to walk right into unseen. Sorry. Oh, it could have been such an easy pick.
Yeah, I mean, that was very much on the edge of vision. Unfortunate for Faker and Owner. They don't spot him out there. Both mid laners level 6 now at this point. Owner looking to come on in here. He's level 5. Doesn't seem like he will commit.
It's crazy how much, you know, ㅣ2022 had to quick draw level 1, and then he's still able to get a lot of control over this lane with that early kill that somebody gets. I mean, if you can keep the Aurelia under pressure nonstop as the Graves until you get your Hullbreaker up, then she never really gets an opportunity to start to turn the lane around and start to threaten you. So I like that the resources given are to the Graves on the top side here. Because once he gets a Hullbreaker, he's going to be pretty self-sufficient and won't actually need any help, but you can put your focus elsewhere. As long as the Aurelia doesn't get ahead. Is Keria is going to get to clear this out? I was worried for a second. Just Aurelia things.
Yep, just clearing this super fast. Still ahead on farm as Zeus. He's fine. I mean, you do have to be a bit careful, and he will get pushed in, but you're just fine. Just farming out. As everybody seems to be doing here on this map, it is Hextech Drake first. Nice little hook down on the bottom side. Follow up of the Gravitum as, ooh, even respecting that one, the flashes will be traded. And Bouts, you know, he's going to be able to get out of there. Even the Ignite used by the side of Keria. Of course, this will give priority to Gumayusi to make sure he does pick up that plate, though, as another hook does come in.
Gravitum
is around.
Zombie does have to come over here right away, but he is in the vicinity, and they won't be able to turn this into a pick. So Flash is traded here from Guma and Bout, but Chunny gets to keep both of his summoners, which is pretty massive. Faker hidden. If he hits a charm here, okay, he is seen. If he hits a charm there, if he walks into it, Karis does, then he is so donezo in this lane. Owner actually just missing his window too. This game feels like it's such on a knife's edge right now. Now, Hana Life Esports playing like they have so much to prove, and they do have so much to prove, like opportunity-wise here as these challenger players. I just love to see players who get put into pressure situations like this and don't crack. They actually own it. And that's what we've seen so far in the first game and in the very early parts of the second one.
Okay, there's that engage, and Moonlight Vigil from downtown. The damage, though, not quite there, and Tunney will collect the kill here as Keria gets very aggressive over the wall. Now Gumayusi trying to go 1v2. Looks pretty good so far, as the one hit will go in. The rocket is going to miss, and that is a big shield onto Chunny, but Gumayusi does pull off the 1v2, picking up a kill for himself.
Missed the rocket there too, but this is enough pressure removed that Hana Life Esports on the top side of the map feel like they can actually take this Rift Herald here. This is the first of the game. And even though the walls are closing in around them, it looks like they have just enough time here. Karis spotted.
Ooh, it's going to be close though. Yeah, Karis is spotted, as you mentioned. Very important, but Zeus immediately crashes from the top side. They want to get in onto the Xin Zhao, as I don't even know who picked that one up. Looks like Hana Life, as Karis is not able to get the kill. Faker is going to dodge, but so many low health bars on the side of T1, but Zeus is able to clean up the Akali. Looking now onto Sunbi, as he will pick up a second one. But ㅣ2022 does finally join the fight. Faker trying to help as much as possible. Not quite going to work, as Faker will get out, and that is a triple kill now for ㅣ2022.
Oh, ㅣ2022 is so fed. He's going to go straight back to the top lane and catch that wave. And you felt as Hana Life Esports, the players had to go for this fight. They were looking to lock down the Rift Herald. It was mostly controlled, but they decided to look for the turn, the big fight here against T1, even though things looked tired and they were a little bit outnumbered, because the Aphelios is getting plates bottom side. Watch the minimap here as this, oh, this was actually not the Rift Herald fight, so don't watch the minimap, just watch the action here. It's a nice Moonlight Vigil. Bout survives just enough here. Then they actually overextend in the fight into Gumayusi. Bout comes up, gives Chunny the shield. He ends up missing his rockets, and
Power of Crescendum here.
Power of Crescendum, and also that ward, the control ward preventing him from attacking into the brush. As this is the one I'm talking about, look at the mini-map, because Gumayusi is getting plates. So you actually have to win this as Hana Life Esports. You at least need to get the Herald, and it's chaos here in this fight. The charm goes on to Karas. He actually just not able to get Faker here. They still win the fight in the end, and ㅣ2022 is just extremely tanky. His health bars get low. Gumayusi backs, as he knows the Jinx is coming back down. So at the end of the day, this is a huge win for Hana Life Esports, and one they so desperately needed with those plates potentially going down. Could have even been more plates going down if the situation were different. Hana Life Esports still with a nice lead here. It's not massive or anything, but they got a Herald for the Akali, and they win the team fight.
Yeah, They absolutely do, and Dudu now incredibly fed with all of those kills that he does pick up. Guma, you see he only picked up a couple of those plates down in the bottom side. Owner now hanging around down on the bottom side of the map. And note still that the Drake has not been picked up or touched at all. Keria does get this one. He's actually going to commit to the fight bout. Will Abyssal dive out of this one, but he still goes down.
Owner's here too.
He was in the Abyssal dive, was not able to shield, and now maybe a kill on a ton. He's so close. As I think finally Gumayusi and Keria are beginning to wake up and starting to dominate that bottom lane.
And Owner's like, yo, let me know if you're going to do that. I get a kill here. He does go down and chase him. Owner was like, man, communicate with me, Guma. We get a kill, I'm right here. Let me know you're going to make a super play like that with the Gale Force into the ultimate there. Like, I'll get him, don't worry. He does go down and eventually get him, which gives further plates over to Guma. It's going to lead to T1's Drake here, the first Drake of the game being taken at 12 minutes in. And notably, we've been talking about the Hull Breaker a little bit here and how much survivability it's going to give you against the Aurelia. But with the lead that Dudu has, he decides he doesn't need that. He's actually just going to go straight into the Immortal Shield Bow, which will give him more survivability in a straight-up team fight with his squad. And we'll see the Bloodthirster build out of the graves this time around, accelerated by those 3 kills. I do like this choice from Dudu, considering the money he was given early. He doesn't need to worry about losing out in a 1v1 in the side lane. It's just never going to happen. Notice he's actually even fighting over Krugs here. Like, that's how confident he feels. Does back away because it's a little bit too confident, but...
And Zeus has, you know, Blade of the Rune King, so in his own right, he's actually able to skirmish very well in the 1v1 as the Aurelia. So we'll take another look at this bottom lane fight.
Yep. The extended Glacial Augment gives him the ability to press the ult here. Bout, unfortunately, dies. And then Owner is like, just over here like, oh, I guess we're not going to dive this. And Gumus is like, yeah, we are. Watch me hit this. And then Owner's like, man, this guy just never communicates. Always get out, clean up the kill. It's always a big mess. And unfortunately for Chunny, this is his error, actually, backing there when they don't know where the Hecarim is. Gets punished. Could have been like a cleaner dive with Guma and the Hecarim there, but they end up getting the kill regardless.
We'll keep looking at this top lane. I'm not sure exactly why. Maybe we're still expecting eventually Zeus to pull the trigger and do something up there, but it's, you know, the shield bow 3 and 0 Graves at this point, so I don't think we're going to see too much action in that top side.
Not until further Drake fights, or the second Riftchild fight will be on the top side of the map, but the top laner, Dudu, will be a big part of these next Drake fights because he's so tanky. He does a ton of damage. He's going to be the front line for this Jinx. His ult is going to help set up the Akali picks into the back line for Karis. And we've seen Akali Graves do well when Graves is ahead because he just presses R, and the Akali's like, oh man, look at those backline targets I have now suddenly, to get in and instantly execute. As they are just trying to push Tani out of this game. He's about to finish his call.
And they should be successful at this. I mean, there is that one ward, but it's actually denied by that control ward. Okay, there it is shown as denied. A little bit weird, but Owner is going in now. He's just going to have to ult out of this one as Karis is down on the bottom side. No teleports available, just a straight up 4v3. Humalife looking to win this one as Karis will pick up the first kill, nearly takes out Owner as Keria is going to flash and maybe just barely survive the shuriken, not quite there. And now it's Faker against 4 people as the charm does come in. Still looking for the kill, but he is going to have to flash out of that one, and the heal will go down onto Sunbeast, so he does survive.
Foxfire to speed up. Charms on his way out of the fight there on the blast cone, and Dudu will be able to, with this relieved pressure, actually nearly get this turret. Won't actually be able to. Longest range stun ever.
He doesn't even care if you flash the ult. He's still on the chase. As quick draw over the wall might just do it, but no, the W gets the kill. Over the wall, Zeus with a fantastic and super fancy solo kill.
Yeah, the Immortal Shield Bow helps you out a lot in this scenario when you are alone even. You know, the Hullbreaker is going to give you resistances throughout, but the Shield Bow pops and he misses his ultimate there, isn't able to get over the wall. The super long range stun was actually crazy from Zeus there, and he ends up getting picked. So Dudu losing a lot of his power here now in this lane against the Aurelia. Really nice mechanical play from Zeus. We don't get to see him play strong side champions like the Aurelia all too often, so it's a nice different look for him in this second game.
Oh man. Calibrum Crescendum welcome to the game once again. He has been having a lot of fun with that combo.
T1 looking for the second Rift Herald fight, and unfortunately with Dudu removed right before this, doesn't have flash, doesn't have teleport. Don't think we are going to see that Graves actually get involved in the second Rift Herald fight. Unfortunately here for Hanwha Life Esports, struggling to defend their turret at the same time. Last minute engage.
Somebody's going in onto this one. I mean, it's a Ahri, so I suppose you're just trying to force away the ultimate, and he will do that at least.
And look at the
totally fine.
Look at the on the way ping down there on the bottom side for the Graves. He was like, I was going down there to get that wave, and then you guys are going to look for this last minute fight, so I guess I need to come up, but then they don't actually get anything because the engage was onto a faker.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Well, this is just a disaster.
But he is a Kali, so the Shroud will save him this time, unless Owner has something to say about it, but he is on vision.
He's going to get out of here. But we'll lose control of this lane and we'll therefore lose the turret. So still a big win here for T1. You can just really feel Hanwha Life Esports' desperation to try to take these objectives late, but they're a little bit too far behind. And T1 are just getting, I mean, this is a team that will take the best of them. Damwon, Kia, Genji, you know, Nongshim, DRX to the brink in terms of macro. And this is a Hanwha Life Esports roster that was built this morning by accident. And, you know, T1 will punish you.
Though.
This is actually crazy.
Not to interrupt you, but man, that was a work of art.
The Blade Surge is dodged, but he misses his ult here in the
flash.
Yeah. The blind over the wall here. But 700 gold going over the Aurelia too. Like, we didn't talk about the shutdown all too much, but it was pretty big.
Yeah. Keep in mind that this is a Graves that went 3-0-1 after a fight in the top side. But Aurelia was, Zeus was doing a really nice job of farming, so he got the Blade of the Rune King. And from then, I mean, Aurelia is one of the best skirmishing champions, was able to take out Dudu with some really fancy play.
And he put himself in a position to where he was pushing that turret, and that's why he died, because he wanted to get more gold, he wanted to get more ahead, he wanted to get so much value out of the advantage he had early to get that Bloodthirster faster. But actually put himself in harm's way and isn't, as a result, able to spread the lead that he had.
Okay, trying to go on to Zeus here. The Red Smite will be used as no knockup comes in. Zeus doing a nice job of dodging some stuff there. In and out of the brush as well. But yeah, big rotation up to the top side. Hanwha Life will be able to pick up their first turret of the game.
And they will be able to stop the Faker push bottom side here, but not to be said of the Rift Hill. There's just too much T1 in all three lanes to shut down everything. They're just trying to stay only 1,000 gold, you know, behind here. That is where Hanwha Life Esports sit right now. They're just trying to minimize how much advantage T1 can get in this mid-game. But it's already two Drakes, right, that T1 are holding. And at some point, you will need to look for a straight-up 5v5 fight.
Well, Sumbi has the Crescent Guard, and this is why Xin Zhao is so highly rated. Even just that ability can be insane sometimes. Another charm comes through. The Guardian going to take a little bit off of that.
And this is not a 5v5 fight. This is a pick attempt from T1 that gets turned, and then everybody rotates over for Hanwha Life Esports. But by the time they get there, suddenly Zeus is getting turrets on the top side of the map. He's looking for a second one here. He is Aurelia. He will clean this wave up so fast and will put so much pressure on. And so Hanwha Life Esports needs to be more decisive about the calls they make. Are they going to try to turn on this Faker Charm attempt and look for a real team fight? Then you got to be set up faster. Or are you going to try to control the top side of the map and walk away, give vision control to T1 there on the blue side of the jungle? I don't want to be critical of this team for their macro decisions because they're not really a team. They're a, you know, amalgamation of players and emergency call-ups.
Yeah.
But this is why T1 are so good, because they have great macro choices, and you can just see the mismatch here is so unfortunate for Hanwha Life fans. They're still keeping it fairly even in gold, but T1 have so much control. The question is, will there be a turning point where Hanwha Life Esports can actually start to get this Jinx online, start to win team fights, start to group up? Because the Graves lead didn't amount to anything because they never brought him in early. He just sat in a side lane. I want to see what Dudu's capable of in a team fight. It might just be too late.
Yeah, we've had a lot of that today. Graves that do well in the early game, but then kind of just fall off. And, you know, it can be hard to work around a Graves unless you're really making big plays over objectives or going for dives. I'm trying to use some of that power from the items that he has picked up, but nothing really came to fruition there. It's actually just him being left alone to die to Zeus.
Yeah. It's so scary to make plays against Faker's Ahri too, because he's just going to catch you. He's going to find you if you don't know where he is, you don't know where Owner is. Like, things like this happen, and then you suddenly lose half your health bar.
He's going in onto Faker here. Faker doesn't want to use his Spirit Rush, so he will take a big chunk of damage. Owner was, meanwhile, taking the blue buff.
A lot of greed here for T1, but, you know, it's paying off. For HLE Life, the next Drake fight is their opportunity to say, we can 5v5 now. We can actually look for a really strong fight. They have a stopwatch for Karis on the Akali. Dudu's still as strong as ever, has 2 items now. Even though he died once and gave a bunch of shutdown gold and isn't going to be able to sustain himself into the Aurelia in the side lane, in a team fight, he has a huge impact. He has a big role to play. Believe it or not, down 160 gold here this game because of that shutdown gold that Zeus picked up. But at the end of the day, HLE Life Esports composition needs to operate as 5 and not as roaming groups getting caught out on the map against what is an extremely strong pick composition that T1 have. It does front to back fight pretty well too, but in these interims between Drakes, you know, you don't want to be roaming around as 1, as 2, or you will get punished for it. Now is the time to group up. Now is the time to set up, get this prio, and look for your first real 10-player fight as HLE Life Esports, and this could be the turning point. If they pull it off.
Yeah.
That's the big if.
I would say it's, you know, it's maybe 7 or 8 on the difficulty scale.
Maybe higher, but look.
That's where I'd put it at.
They have prio.
Yeah, the scale goes to also 7 or 8. No, I'm just kidding. But let's see how they decide to go in on this. So Chunny is in the backside here. He's going to spot Owner on Vision. Get some little poke damage in, but...
He's a tanky Hecarim, so he doesn't care too much about it, but at least they tracked him.
Oh, no. This ain't it. You got to be so careful just there in the front, and now he is going to get caught off in the side as the ultimate will come in from the side of Owner. They're just going to isolate Dudu, who already used that flash. HLE Life were just not ready for this one, as they did not cover their flanks. Now Faker coming in from one side, and Owner and Zeus coming in from the left. And that is going to be a swift cleanup of the rest of HLE Life, as the stun is going to miss, but it might not matter. Crescent Guard is down, so Zeus can just hunt him down here. And that will be the kill going over to Zeus. Only Karis will live, and T1 can do whatever they want now.
Zeus only going to take like 5,000 turret shots as well, casually on his way out.
Yeah.
T1 will take the Baron after this. It was really just about the pick onto the Graves. You know, the 2 targets you really can't afford to actually get caught by CC are your Jinx and your Graves. And they didn't have vision of where Faker was. Look at him stand on a control ward. Dudu's doing a scuttle. And that's, you know, you want to have more vision here, but at the end of the day, like, you can't be out there on your own because the follow-up CC after the charm is the depth charge into the Hecarim ult. And when Graves is done, the backbone of your team fighting composition is gone. You don't get that 5v5 fight anymore.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we talked about when T1's comp gets ahead, right? It's so dangerous because everybody has a threat. Aurelia has a threat. Even if Helios can threaten you with the Moonlight Vigil, especially with Gravitum, or just a huge chunk of damage, right? You have to have all of your flanks covered, and unfortunately, doing the scuttle in front of the Ocean Bush that's added there on the Ocean Rift, that just wasn't it. Definitely got them in some trouble there.
Keria will get seen here, but there's just too much pressure for him to get dove on. Faker had a control ward too. I mean, it was a nice setup play from Faker. Like, I don't want to just make this all about HLE Life Esports making an error. Faker was ready to punish a play like that. And this was a hard loss to cast, I'll be honest, for HLE Life Esports. It's just, you know, it's rough. There's so many scenarios against them, like everything's stacked against them. There's asterisks on their team. And it's a sad one.
Yeah. At the same time, you know, this will be one of many wins that T1 will add to the list, right? A win's a win, and in their case, they're just like, well, okay, you know, it's definitely unfortunate for HLE Life, but we'll still take it and move on with the 2-0. Definitely very good for their score. Love how he waited on that one to make sure he got the damage after the Crescent Guard had been left up. But I think T1 might just put them out of their misery now. They're going to take one inhibitor, maybe go mid and take that one down as well.
Yep. And T1 just hiding over the wall here. They can turn this.
Okay. Nice bait, actually, from Owner. Giving him the thumbs up, and Bout will go down. Maybe that means, oh, that was a sick flash. And Charm, that does come in, and here comes the rest of T1. Zeu's going to pick that one up. He's taking turret shots. Once again, Karis, he wants the 1 kill, and he will get it. But that will be the only kill that he does pick up, as Karis will go down as well. A triple kill for Faker, and that will be the end of this one, as T1 will take down Humble Life Esports in a 2-0 fashion.
Very clean gameplay here from T1. There were some small errors in game 1. There were some really big and miraculous punishes for Humble Life Esports, but in this game, outside of the Rift Herald fight where there were 3 kills to a Graves, T1 never for a single moment gave up any control.
Gotta love that too. They don't even dive the fountain. They do that all the time. Like every team does that, but in this case, they say you've had enough. And I love that.
Yeah.
T1 with the big 2-0. They take down the Nexus. No further shenanigans required.
And that's,
yeah.
Valdez will be 12 of 18 for the goal of the perfect regular season.
So insane.
We are 2/3 of the way there.
And their next matchup, guys, is Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G.
So that's the big one.
Could be the unlucky 13. We'll see. And Gen G's matchup against them next Thursday, I believe. And after that, they have faced all of the 2 opponents in the big 3 that they have left. They already beat Damwon Kia in the second round robin. So if they beat Gen G, then it just gets easier from there. Like, if they can get that 13th win, they will look, I mean, I'm not going to call it or anything. I'm not saying that, that it's going to happen, but if they get that one, the expectation is they will get the 18, right? If they can win all of these games so cleanly so far without really showing any weakness, that's the one you're waiting for, T1 fans.
Absolutely.
It's going to be such an exciting series, and it will be Gen G with their full roster, knock on wood. I'm very excited for that one. T1 tonight just showed us they could hang with the Humble Life Esports roster that threw some curveballs.
Truly, and it is an anime.
Yeah, I guess.
Love the drawings. I think that one was of Kumiyusi.
It was.
And yeah, it's going to be a huge matchup because in terms of what we're thinking right now, I would assume we're all on the same page. T1 is far and above the best team. Gen G are the only team that can come close. And then there is a pretty large gap, but there's still a gap in between T1 and Gen G as well. So
yeah,
even going into that matchup, T1 are the favorites, but it's 12 wins in a row, right? It's so much pressure. It's up against a great team. And Gen G they're going to be preparing for that match like their lives depend on it, okay? So it is going to be insane. Make sure you're watching next Thursday.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. T1, it's been such a year of catharsis, I think, for the fans who've waded through the hardships, the retooling, the 10-man roster, everything that was the 2021 of T1 that culminated in the end of 1 game too short to go to the World Finals, 2 games too short for stopping Damwon Kia's 3rd in a row at the LCK Summer Finals. And we have to keep repeating these narratives because everything that the coaching staff started to do, everything they started with, all culminates to this moment, right? These moments where you see T1 dominate here this season, and you're finally feeling like, if you're a T1 fan, like, this is what I was waiting for. This is what we deserve. And a team that has such a legacy from the SK Telecom days, the 3-time World Championship, it feels like, in a way, it's about time, for this team to come back to top-tier former glory.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. 12-0 is nice, 16-2 is nice, but you got to get those titles, right? That's what they're looking for, and I think that goes into that expectations, those expectations you're talking about for the fans of T1, right? They love these wins, they love all the streaks, it's all good, but you want titles, you want world champs, you want LCK champs, stuff like that. So it'll be very fun to follow T1 in their amazing journey here in spring and see just how far they can push the envelope.
Team fighting here, around this composition is so well played out by every single part of T1. Nautilus super strong, you have the Ahri pick potential, then you have the Hecarim to kind of tie it all together. It's really hard for Humble Life Esports behind like this to crack the edge. This was a really nice bait. I'm gonna go over the wall. Flashes for the charms in, grabs the kill.
It's like Harlem Globetrotters. It's like, threw the basketball between his legs and did a spinorama and dunked on him. literally.
노티 죽는다.
I think there was a certain amount of when T1 made small errors, and we did see some small like mistakes and some windows for punish. Like Hanwha still did it with their challengers roster, the worst roster in challengers.
Yeah.
And I think that just goes to show that the level of play in Korea, even against our 12-0 T1, is still so high. I think game one was kind of refreshing in that way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good point. As we'll take a look at the numbers. You know, you guys watched the game. It was very, very one-sided, and the graph kind of tells the entire story there.
I could see a back-to-back for Faker here at POG. He had a fantastic second game. His charms were game-defining. Zeus had a really nice turnaround, and obviously Owner set up so many of those kills. Guma dominated bot. Like any one of these 5 players gets it, I think you'd be hard-pressed to be upset about it.
Yeah,
to be honest.
I'm a huge Carrier fan, but maybe not this one.
Maybe not Carrier this one.
I think he was, out of the 5, I think he was having the most fun, though. So he wins that award. Lots of fun engages from him. But yeah, you know, pretty straightforward, guys. It was T1 getting the smashing victory tonight over Hanwha Life Esports. Very expected. But let's see what the guys on the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space have to say about that series right now.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We have a fair bit to say about that series. A lot of it, I think, very positive about Hanwha Life Esports and the fact that they turned this into more than what we were expecting, which was honestly just our 11-0 team smashing them, and then not there being much to talk about. But it was actually a series.
It was nice. I think that if you look at the end result, the T1 2-0 a team that has 3 challenger call-ups, as expected.
Yeah.
To me, the highlight of the day was honestly Zombie. I thought that he wasn't really someone that stood out to me in challengers. Team has also had roster issues. Have recently replaced their top laner, Lukalux, with Rooster. So maybe that's going to help a little bit. But thought that he made great use of the Zinzao, actually showing the power of that re-engage. When you look at the draft, T1 at this point, clearly knowing, as I'm a big fan of challengers, and you should be.
Yes.
But T1 also showing that they can blind pick Hecarim, or sorry, not Hecarim, they can blind pick Ahri, they can blind pick Aphelios. It's never going to matter. The one thing that I really love about this draft is that Zeus got to play a champion, because Zeus so often gets relegated to the, you're a good top laner now, go play Graves. And that's
go play
Gragas.
Or go play Nah and hit stuff against a wall so the rest of us can look cool.
And finally, he got to have a little bit of fun on his Aurelia. But as to be expected, I think the drafts here are of very limited importance as compared to how the game actually played out.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily about that draft, and I don't think that, you know, blind picking Ahri is a thing that T1 are going to do in every series.
They won't.
Maybe not on Thursday when they are taking on, hopefully, touch wood, knock on wood. Hopefully they are going to have their full roster this time around. We are going to get the actual Gen G T1 experience that we wanted last time around. But let's go back to this series. I think we've got a highlight that we can bring up on your screen around that Herald fight that we want to break down. This is largely a celebration of Hanwha Life Esports and the fact that they were able to get some stuff done in the early game.
So some nice skirmishes coming through here. The key thing is that Faker gets out with this is a continual trend for Karis.
Yeah, Karis got debated like.
Yeah, honestly, if he had Scorch, he would have got a little.
If mulligans were allowed in League of Legends, we would have been absolutely fine, and the Kali could have carried.
Cool thing here is that even though Dudu picks up a triple kill, which is really nice for the rest of the game, is that the double also goes over to Zeus. Because if the double would have gone over to Fake, if it would have gone over to Owner, then that lane might have gone completely differently. But because of that, he stays even in terms of item parity. He doesn't lose his relevance. And I mean, Aurelia at that point can just kind of do whatever she wants in a lot of the matchups because the champion is very good at 1v1ing, as Zeus showed us repeatedly. And again, just happy to see Zeus on the champion that can showcase. He's not just smart, he's also insanely good.
Yeah, and also like his setup for his solo kill on the top side of the map, that was really, really cute, leaving one half behind and then bringing out the stun when it wasn't expected, and Dudu then just being chased down was really, really cool to see. Absolutely fantastic stuff. So Zeus, certainly someone that we can celebrate. I'm really glad that Brendan gave the Having Fun award to Carrier, because he definitely was doing a bit of that here today. Yeah. We know that he can certainly play some different style of League of Legends. I don't know whether this is my least favorite style though, because to be perfectly honest, you know, in the end, we all like playing League of Legends, and Carrier shows that he still really enjoys it.
Can't always be the carry, you know?
No.
Even carrier.
And he does it a heck of a lot. Let's go into our next highlight, which is more about T1 just basically finding Dudu, but also winning a team fight really handily.
And this is where a lot of the experience comes in. The idea, of course, behind On My Life is fine. Pick up Scuttle so you have a little bit more vision, but you cannot treat this map like you normally would when there is an Ocean Rift. Face-checking brushes against the composition of T1 with Aurelias and Nautiluses and Ares is always going to be a death sentence. And this is really, I think, where a lot of the inexperience on this On My Life roster really rears its head. Rest of the team also kind of funneling into that fight as well when really the call should have been, okay, Dudu's dead, let's peace out. This is not happening. Didn't do that. But as we said at the start of the day, this is kind of what you'd expect from this team. I think that in terms of overall performance, it was nice. It was okay. T1 obviously were never going to give anything away because everything they're saving.
Exactly. There is another matchup that is going to be very, very important. It's going to be in a few days' time, but there does still need to be a POG. I think my vote probably would have been for Faker. Were you in agreement? Because that was a lot of damage to be done on an
I really wanted to vote for Zeus because I have been a big Zeus aficionado for the last year, but I don't think I could.
Yeah, he had a really good game.
Yeah, and the thing, as we keep going back to with Faker's Ari, is that he's just the best. He plays the champion like no one else currently is doing.
We actually had, I think, and this sounds weird, even my brain can't really comprehend this, we've got the two best Aris playing today, right? Yeah. Even the Lol King Lava in the mid lane, both him and Faker have that very early pressure style, which is exactly how it's supposed to work. Absolutely fantastic.
Only one that comes close.
Yep, exactly right. Really, really cool. Anyway, let's have a look at Faker of the game, player of the Faker. Here it is. We'll bring his name up onto the screen. 800 points. Starting to catch up.
He pulls ahead, and that is something that he desperately needs because he's still facing down the polar bear in the distance, but at least he's getting ahead of the Chovies and the Dorans of this world, which I'm sure he's going to be happy with. And the resurgence of Faker has been kind of a big theme, I think, for this split.
Yeah.
Whereas some other players, BDD, of course, due to also circumstances not fully in his control, and Showmaker haven't really had the greatest of forms. Chovy, I think, really in the recent matches getting up to his own usual level, but the first half of Spring wasn't that great for him either. Faker has been the main player of the top four that has looked better, I think, than he has in previous splits. And
he's playing like the best mid laner in Korea right now. And that's what he's doing.
He's always going to be chasing his own shadow. That is the unfortunate, burden that he has to carry. But still, I think that he's been having a wonderful split, and seeing Faker and Deft, in that top four.
That's exactly what I was going to talk about.
Of course you were.
The Mapo boys, both of them finding so much success, and it just shows that media will always disappoint everyone, I guess. We've had some whoopsies. I'm really glad that it's not on the casters or the carpet space this time around. Thankfully, media comes in and saves us from some.
It's not even a Zeus phone.
Yeah. I mean, Kamiushi had that cool play at the bottom. Obviously, like, this guy watched that and he's like, "Damn, that was cool." Went to the bathroom, came back, voted. Like, oh, whoops. Messed that one up a little bit. But that's absolutely fine. We are going to throw it over to Jisun though for some translation of the Faker interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, joined by the solo POG of T1 Faker. 800 POG points. You're now second place here in the LCK POG standing, and also first place, still remaining 12-0. I think we were able to pick up a clean win because we always, stay sharp. We always kept our guards up, and we were able to pick up another victory. We had a very interesting series. Starting from the get-go, we had Blitz locked in as a counterpick into Thresh. Well, as soon as we locked in Thresh, we actually mentioned Blitz to show up, and we kind of discussed whether we can kind of deal with it, whether we can play against it really well, and stuff like that. And Hana Life was able to start off with a lead early on. However, T1 came back and turned the game around. Because, Blitz just brings the early to the mid-game lead to the team. However, we were able to stay focused till the end and turn the game around. And Faker, your LeBlanc is 29-6 so far, and the T1 Wolf also admitted that your play was still pretty good. I don't really care. That doesn't really make me feel happy whether he acknowledged my LeBlanc or not, because what really matters is about me, playing well and me kind of acknowledging myself. But does that kind of show that Wolf knows the game well? No comment. And Faker, you were actually doing a phenomenal work as a LeBlanc during a team fight, so let's take a look at the replay together. You were man-marking Blitz and Aphelios. At the time, Nar opened up the team fight so well, so I was just like got carried by Zeus. It was just a perfect situation and setup for me. And here on, I told my teammates to just leave and get out, and they listened to me really well, so I was able to pick up some of the kills and win this team fight in the end. Very long highlight, and then moving on to game number 2. We had Irelia and Ari locked in on the same side of the map for the first time after 9 years. Well, after, watching them play, I kind of realized that this is a pretty decent pick, and also we actually wanted to gain more flexibility with our draft, and Zeus as well. He's very confident in Irelia, so we wanted to kind of keep that theme going. So yeah, that was something from we saw earlier today. And you are 4 kills away from getting your 2,500 kills in the LCK. I think kill is one of the most important kind of a stat and record, so it's gonna mean a lot for me. And also, I always feel so honored to kind of accomplish something for the first time. And T1 as well. If you guys secure a victory against Genji and KT Roaster, you can break your own SKT T1 record. It will be nice, in order to keep our winning streak going, but what really matters and what's really important is playing well at the playoffs, so I would like to focus on that. Once again, congratulations on the win, and this will be the end of the interview from Faker from T1, and I'm going to pass it back to the analyst, Carpet Space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as per usual, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analytical carpet area, where we will break things down and do all that cool stuff, but mainly we'll be doing that tomorrow as we check out the standings after what was another 2020 day.
We've done all the work already, Atlas.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, there's still more tomorrow, We're going to be filming some POG State as well, which is going to be very exciting.
Nice.
But do you know what's also exciting? 12-0.
Well, obviously.
Yeah.
Plus 19 game score. That's about as good as it gets. And the real test, the real battle, coming up this Thursday for Hanwha Life. You were still only a single game away from making it up to the 4-7, 4-8 club. So plenty of opportunities there. I think that is really going to be what I'm going to be looking at, those top teams that kind of secured their spots, that 6th place spot.
Yeah, and there's 3 weeks and a day still remaining here as we have a look at tomorrow's matches. Genji versus DRX standing out like a sore thumb, but Liv Sandbox versus Nongshim Red Force is a massive one. Right now, Liv Sandbox find themselves in 6th place somehow. And Nongshim, they can make their way up the ladder, and there is not very much in it in our bottom 6 places.
I am not ready to trust Liv Sandbox with my heart again. I've done that before, I've been hurt. But for Nongshim, this is basically a must-win game.
Oh, yeah.
If they want to continue making a race for playoffs, which with those players, if you don't make that, with Peter,
exactly.
Disaster.
Peter has been brought back up. He's there to bring them to the promised land, and things theoretically look like they're getting easier for Nongshim, but we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. We're going to be diving into all of this tomorrow. For now, though, good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.